forward to talking through all this.
Two. Schmitty McDougal, thank you very much for these 17 months of Tier 1. Thank you, Schmitty McDougal. Did your mom cut my sandwich for me? No. My mom doesn't live here. I'm an adult, and that's how normal, everyday, salt of the earth, roll up your sleeves, bring your lunch pail to work, working class types like me cut our sandwiches diagonally. That's how you do it. That's how you cut a sandwich. Everyone knows this, and there's no controversy around this at all. Completely non-controversial. There's zero dispute about this. I'm glad we're all in 100% agreement. I'm glad we're all in 100% agreement about this. I don't often get like the white bread at the grocery store. Usually we get this more like brown bread with like the seeds and grains on it and stuff. I don't often get just like the plain white bread. And it's kind of a little treat. I went to the grocery store. They didn't have the normal. It was Easter. Not a lot was open, so I had to get like more plain white bread. The more different from like the brown grain infused bread we normally get, and it's kind of a nice little treat. It does hit different, doesn't it? How come you didn't tell us you did the narration for Maiden One? It was a total surprise. I just thought, you know, it's better if I don't say anything about it. When you experience it like that. I saw that you were talking about watching the movie, and I was like, oh my god, they're going to be so surprised when they hear me in there, but I felt like it was better to have you experience it without my spoiling it for you, that I did the narration for that film. How was the inaugural Doc Hollywood leftist movie night in the Discord? How did that go? Authentic West Virginian. Well done. Thank you. It was great. Really fun to watch some leftist flicks with the Triangle crew. That's wonderful. I couldn't make it last night, of course. I was watching the basketball game. And it's really amazing how... I mean, obviously there's been lower Raptors moments, but after spending, the last 6 months of my life, I've spent really getting excited for this exact moment. To see what this Raptors team could do in the playoffs. I really thought it was going to be... I was really excited for it. And just everything about this series has been the worst possible case scenario. Game 1 ended in just the worst way you can imagine, getting blown out and losing Scotty Barnes, their A-list rookie player, who is like the whole point of getting to the playoffs is you wanted to see him in that environment. And then last night, if they had won the game last night, they would have changed the entire narrative around the series. All the bad vibes would have been gone. They would have totally still been in it. And it was one of those treacherous early leads, which I knew as soon as they built up this early lead, I was like, oh god, this is going to be stressful. This is going to be so stressful. And then so not only did have a really great opportunity to win and did not, but they lost in the most excruciating, painful way possible as well. Everything about this whole playoff series has just been the absolute worst possible case scenario. So I just felt pure pain. I don't know anything about sports teams amassing a huge early lead and then totally blowing it. I'm glad you've never experienced that, Red Scare, because it's very painful. Especially on an even higher stakes level. You know? This is just game 3 of the first round of the playoffs. Just imagine on a more higher stakes environment. Have you heard of the survival video game Rust? I definitely have heard of it. I know you're really pushing this hard right now. The Rust server. I would definitely like to look into it. I'll probably get it just for the sake of being able to participate sometimes in whatever you got going over there. That's the problem, because I'm addicted. Like, when I do have time to play games, I'm fucking addicted to Fortnite now because of your machinations. And now I'm going to carve out more time to play video games? Jesus. I don't even know how that's going to work. I did, as my son was saying on the stream yesterday, we did finish Portal last night. That was fun. It was really fun to play Portal with him. I love that game. You stream, there's plenty of time for games. What's up, Silver? No one likes it when I play games on here, though. I gotta pay the bills. I gotta get the subs going. I gotta do what the people want. But since other streamers will be playing, you will be participating in a broader streamer
good old Rob to talk you through all this
ecosystem, which will drive views, which means money, which means another Lambo. Do not have a Lambo. Definitely do not have a Lambo. I have a Hyundai Elantra. Maybe that's where you got confused on that when I was describing that. It's an Elantra, not a Lambo. I heard Rob's sub Lambo is banana yellow, which is sick and disgusting. 10,000 sandwiches, thank you very much for gifting a sub. Lambo is what I call my Kia. My Hyundai Lambo. Play this on stream. Is this a Twilight struggle? Two-player game where players play as either the US or the USSR during the Cold War. This seems kind of cool. You destroy the pig American empire once and for all. Chin chin, everybody. It's true. If I did have a Lambo, I totally would get some ostentatious coloring thing. Maybe it wouldn't be banana yellow. Maybe like lime green. And maybe purple. Something like that. Just to really have people hate me. Yeah, like young Parenti. Ugh. That's delicious. What a terrific beverage that is. Put a giant Dogecoin logo. There's a rich guy who lives near me who has a baby blue BMW, and a couple years ago he crashed it, so we got a brand new baby blue BMW. Well, I'm sure he worked really hard for that, so good for him. Very good for him. My desk is getting to be kind of a mess here. He earned it from his own labor. He built that BMW with his own two hands. His baby blue BMW. I'm just seeing there's some videos in the pipeline we can take a look at. Oh, can't look at any of that Raptors content. Cannot look at any of the Raptors content. It's gonna be horrible. Actually, because I was meeting Abdul Malik this morning, my friend Abdul, but our writing project. And I was telling him that it's like the game last night was one of those, it was so bad that, you know those moments when something shitty happens in your life? You know, whether it's a breakup, losing your job, getting in an accident, money troubles, like whatever these big things are that are like really bothering you. And you have those mornings where you wake up and you're kind of disoriented, and there's a brief moment before the thing that's bothering you, before it goes, it just like hits your brain. You have this brief moment of solace, and then you have a moment of like, oh yeah, all that stuff. You know that? I was totally like that with the basketball game this morning. I woke up and I was like, okay, feeling okay. And then the memory of what happened last night, and particularly in the last few minutes of the game, immediately hit me. And it's like, oh my gosh. Not good. Kijiji, we don't even need to get into it anymore. I already talked about it. My city has the highest concentration of supercar ownership in the country. It's super fun, yeah. Scotty playing Game 4 is our only hope. If Scotty can come back and they can win Game 4, meaning the Sixers have a 3-1 lead, the Doc Rivers-led Sixers team have a 3-1 lead, anything is possible. It's obviously very unlikely that they'll win the series, but if they can get that one game and get it to a 3-1 lead, I will absolutely still believe. Not sure about that, Rob. Ugh. It's huffing that copium. Fun fact for the day. I'm reading right now about how the BMW guy literally built a concentration subcamp and used POWs as private estate and acquired companies seized from Jews during World War II. Oh, okay. That's not very good. A little untoward behavior there. I'm sure it doesn't make sense because living in like the West, they certainly have consequences for that kind of behavior. So I'm sure that ended up catching up to him. Fun fact for the day, I tested this old wives' tale sort of remedy for scratched glasses. It actually seems to have helped 1 to 2 tablespoons of baking soda mixed with water to form a thick paste, then using a cotton ball to rub it on the scratches in small circles with light pressure. Just saved myself a bunch of money on fixing my glasses. Very cool. Sometimes that shit works. Those old wives knew what was going on sometimes. I just hope everyone has a fun time bouncing the ball. And me too. That's what it's all about, ultimately. Hello, Ms. Squatch. If basketball is too emotionally taxing, I suggest you watch snooker like me. Well, the problem, the fundamental issue I have here, this kind of like Stockholm Syndrome-esque relationship I have with sports, is that I only really enjoy it when it's emotionally taxing, when I'm emotionally invested in it. Like, I love watching people play basketball, but it's not really the same for me when I just sit down and watch a game. And I don't have, there's no emotional stakes. It's like if you watch any TV series, right? Sports to me are just stories. They're just stories that kind of happen in real time in an organic way, but you get attached to all the characters and the storylines, and then how the games go impact those storylines and those characters. So it's like if you just watch a TV, even if you just like watch a TV series totally out of context, some random season 3, episode 4 episode of a TV series, and you're not connected to the stakes of anything that's happening. It's just not, you can enjoy it. If it's well written, you can enjoy it. Ultimately, though, it's not quite the same as when you're fully bought in to the characters and the drama. I suppose I can tweet that I'm live. Pretty wild. I hope all the fans in the stands enjoy a nice ice cold soda. That sounds nice. The Grizzlies are a very likable team. It's like the silliest imaginable thing to me. You're adults, who gives a shit, it's a game. Okay, so you're like one of these sports ball guys, Theo. That's okay. Yeah, like I said, to me, it's a story. It's just a story. You can get emotionally invested in any kind of a story. And I think when you're emotionally invested in like a sports franchise, that's a lot of what it's about. You're connected to the characters. You're connected to other people that are like fans of the same thing. Any kind of fandom, right? Like, why care about anything? Why care about video games? Why care about films? Why care about TV shows? Why care about any hobby, right? Because you get some kind of emotional catharsis from it. You connect to other people. It gives you like some kind of routine in your life. You have something to look forward to. You have something to think about, talk about. It's a community. That's right. I like sports because it's fun to watch people be physically and strategically great at something and make all their strengths work as a team. Yeah. And, you know, accomplishing all kinds of things that happen in any great story that you love. You know, overcoming adversity. Forming rivalries. And it's, if you're a fan of a sports franchise for a long time, if it's not one of these big major franchises, it's a lot of disappointment. It's a lot of disappointment year after year after year after year. and going through this process of each year convincing yourself that this is the year that it won't be disappointing. This is the year that like something good will happen. And most of the time that's not what it is. People go through years and years and decades without ever experiencing that big ultimate catharsis. But then if you stick to that and keep at it, regardless of how long you go, without ever feeling this kind of feeling of satisfaction, always every single year ending in this like sense of disappointment. It's a mirror of reality like that. That's true. If eventually the team that you like do end up getting to that absolute top level, it's a very rewarding feeling because it's like I feel like I've been along this entire process. Right? I've struggled alongside with you, and you get to feel this kind of sense of catharsis over it. I got out of the habit of watching sports during the pandemic, and it's so great. I'm so emotionally stable now. I mean, we talked about as well on the pandemic anniversary about how sports were like the first real arbiter of the pandemic really arriving, and sports being canceled really signaled that we were in some kind of this new uncharted territory. And I definitely was highly cognizant of the ways that because there was no sports, all of a sudden everyone had no choice but to be very plugged into like what was happening in society. You had the Black Lives Matter protests, the George Floyd protests starting around the same time. And that was all there was to like, there was no distractions. There was nothing was going on except to focus on that. And I definitely was highly aware of how when sports came back, even though I was like cognizant of this pull that it has, this distracting element that it has, I still felt myself being like, oh, fucking finally, we can just focus on something else for a little while. The one thing I need that is my most cancelable desire is wanting giant robot fighting to actually be a sport. If they ever get to that point, that'd be kind of fun. Knowing which day Liverpool are playing is my only frame of reference for days of the week. They'd all congeal into one another otherwise. Yeah. Being an Atlanta sports fan has to shave years off your life. I don't need that. But there's also a fairly consistent track record of like at least some recent wins, right? In baseball, first and foremost. Their baseball team has been consistently very good for, I feel like, a few decades now. Do y'all think the professional sports might need to be canceled until climate change can be under control? It seems like a huge carbon footprint. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with our economic system, though, is that there's just too much money to be made. Yeah, and I think that's right there. And it's not, sports aren't the carbon footprint to worry about. More the destructive element, I think, of it is more the way that it distracts us. I think the being part of the whole like bread and circuses thing. Although on that same level, don't we fucking deserve, don't especially like working class people deserve something that they can just fucking focus on? That's not just the day-to-day minutia and relentless churn of like trying to keep a roof over their head. Like, isn't it nice actually for people to have something else to think about a couple times a week, you know? Is it really like, should we be taking that away from people? I don't know. It's a big outlet for a lot of people. Fight scene, I already talked about it. I don't want to get into it anymore. It was very difficult. I will say, to say the least. It was very, very difficult. It's also nice to be able to relate as a community with people across all walks of life. Maybe something to learn there. Well, there's the whole political element in football too. I mean, the far right organizes around football a lot in Ukraine and elsewhere. That's where a lot of these Maidan protests started, was through football. I know there's a lot of like Eastern European places as well where there's like socialist football fandoms as well, right? That's very interesting to me. You don't see that in North American sports quite so much. But that's something that's really, really interesting. It can be actually a vehicle for organizing. The problem is billionaire owners, not that sports exist to entertain. Yeah, I think that's one thing that when we've talked about this before that I end up kind of like thought about a lot. The idea of sports as it stands right now, whose ultimate purpose is to like make some people very, very wealthy. You know, not the players in so much as the owners. But sports that were publicly owned, arenas that were publicly owned, with like tickets that were subsidized, so like actual working class people could go to the fucking games. And players were compensated really well, as they should be, for being like a handful of a few hundred people on the planet that can perform certain tasks to the level that they can. I think they should be compensated very well for that. But having actual like community benefits to these things would be ultimately, I think, the way that I would like to see things go in the future. Again, we've talked about it before. The owners don't actually do anything. What does the owner do? Oh, they pay for the stadiums. No, they don't. No, they do not. The stadiums are literally publicly subsidized. They're publicly subsidized, just like everything else in our society. They're publicly subsidized and privately profitable. So literally, these communities are spending billions of dollars sometimes in taxpayer money to build these massive facilities, which are then just like given to the wealthiest people in order to turn massive profits from. I'm pretty interested to learn more about how socialist communist societies use sports as a social community building endeavor. Yeah, well, I love all that shit. You know, in the Soviet Union, like that's all their communities were organized around, like the big tenement buildings, some public parks, and like a public sports complex and swimming pool and different ways that people could, you know, engage with their community through sport. Cuba is a great example of this. Yeah, plays a huge role in China. Yeah. My dad was watching golf on Easter, and there was a guy wearing low-top Jordan 11s. Golf should be abolished. Golf has no redeeming qualities. Yes, we can keep mini golf. Yes, we can. Mini golf and long drive only. That's all you need. That's all you need. Oh, this is cool. Silver. Yeah, this is sick.
Çenkerezenden hurneyin utum tay naru hurun hangar zerti mukshel tay elbegi khairin gayham khurti toresam itri khairin or почи залгсан нахара.
Very cool. Love it. What is this and can we go? Yes, we can. Yes, we absolutely can go. Just looking out for some stuff we can maybe watch. Whether sports add or detract from society really depends, as always, on the society and its culture. Man, the problem with having one of these like weed pens now is like I'm kind of enjoying just like gesturing with it, just having it like in my hand, like so I can do this. And just kind of like fiddling with it, but it's really difficult not to be using it constantly. I don't think I can't use it in my basement. I think that would probably be not a good thing for me to do. It's really making me want to go like this though. I do just enjoy gesturing, just having it, just having it in my hand like this. You've been late ever since you got your weed pen. Coincidence? I don't think it is a coincidence. I've also been more disoriented and confused. I think I've also been able to emotionally process some of these horrific sports losses a little bit better, like I was saying. I'm a little bit more emotionally detached. Now you see why dudes used to carry pipes around. Yeah. Gesture with my pipe. Yeah, Russians and Belarusians are banned from Wimbledon, yet they have a royal box to house literal war criminals. Absolutely disgusting, barring Russian athletes from doing anything. Where the fuck do people get off? What the hell do like Russian tennis players have to do with any of this? Do you think that's going to make them turn against the government? It's not just going to make them notice the fucking rank hypocrisy? It's just ridiculous. What a horrible way to react to any of this stuff. I would love to start, in all honesty, I would love to start seeing, not that it's their responsibility either, but why don't you start questioning American athletes about anything? Oh, and any American athlete that does fucking anything, the first thing that they should be asked about is like something that the US government is doing and whether they support it or don't support it. How about that? Let's start setting that precedent. Let's start doing that. Let's have every fucking American athlete have to ask these questions, answer these questions in interviews now, every fucking day. Joe Biden's on starving, what, 1 million children in Afghanistan right now? Let's talk to American athletes about that. What do they have to do with that, you say? Well, they're American. If they don't say that they're against it, that means they support it. I get, right? That's the logic. You're American. If you're not every single day saying, I am against my president, Joe Biden, sanctioning and starving millions of Afghan children, if you don't say that every single day and answer questions about this every single day, that means that they support it. Oh, they support starving children now? They shouldn't be allowed to compete in these sporting events. Let's definitely set this precedent. Apparently one of the reasons for the ban was the All England Lawn Tennis Association didn't want to risk Kate Middleton handing the trophy to a Russian player. Oh, good. I'm glad they have the priorities really set up there. Seriously, let's have international sporting competitions when the American team gets introduced, and we'll have the fucking announcers speaking in hushed tones. America has, of course, been accused of a number of human rights violations. From the invasion of Iraq, which killed upwards of 1 million civilians, through their sanctioning regime in North Korea and elsewhere in Venezuela and Cuba and Iran that has prevented young people and disabled people and sick people getting access to the medicine and medical care that they need. They're on the verge of starving millions of children in Afghanistan right now. That's what the American government is doing. While the players are like, who have worked their fucking asses off to get wherever they are, while they're trying to like practice their sport that they're doing. Let's start treating Americans like that. It's fucking just preposterous. That Olympic coverage was so unhinged. Let's start rattling off statistics about police killings in the United States at international sports competitions. Literally, when American athletes did start talking about crimes that happen within the US, police killings, or other political subjects, they're the first people to get fucking screamed at. And said, keep politics out of this. Keep politics out of my sports ball. Right? When NBA players, you know, talk about police killings, when Colin Kaepernick kneels because of the fucking national anthem, they're the first people to be ostracized. Let's have Canadian athletes in the NHL asked every single night about the Canadian government's role in perpetuating an ongoing genocide against Indigenous people. Let's have questions about this every night.
To talk you through all this.
Let's have questions about this every single night to every Canadian athlete. In the NHL, the few Canadian athletes in the NBA. Let's make sure they're on the record about this each and every night. Alana, thank you for gifting a sub to Young Parenti. I saw this video clip from the Loyal Citizens of Pyongyang guy talking about American cops again today. This guy's great. Official friend of the stream. I wish I could get this guy to come on the stream.
무사도 경찰풀 다가가서 옆에다 미국 집 경찰 옆에서 사람 무사도 경찰풀 다가가서 옆에다 옆구리다 먼저 손을 총 뽑아낼 판인데 아니 자기 나라 인민이 미국 같은 거 자기 나라 사람이 설악에서 서지나 딱 총 발사해 호수문에 손에 딱 총 있는 거에서 총 발사해서 죽여 아니 어린 학생이 자기는 말을 듣지 않았다고
See that kid with the chip bag the other day?
경찰이 어제 돼지 같은 경찰들이 서너 명이 달려서 두드려 패고 손을 뒤로 묶어가지고 그게 뭐 말라빠진 인권이 그리고 다른 나라 사람들을 붙잡아다가는 테러군자라고 소리 거기는 독재라고 말하잖아요. 프로레타리아 독재라고 인민 독재라고 당연한 게 바뀌잖아요. 헌법이 그렇게 그 사람들 법이 그렇게 됐다고 프로레타리아 독재 국가예요. 프로레타리아라는 게 우리 말하면 그저 무산자들이 독재라는 소리예요. 인민들이 뭐 지금 어떤 발전된 인민 독재라 해도 되지. 인민들이 한 독재, 자본가나 소수 이런
But it's a monarchy. I saw it in that South Park movie.
거기서 배견할 수 없다고 말이지. 야, 그런 당이에요. 원래 조선노동당이에요. 미국 집 경찰 옆에서 사람 무사도 경찰 옆에 다가가서 옆에다.
The South Park guys said that it's actually not like that. Ron, I don't know if you're in the chat yet, but I'm trying to remember the channel that you put the meme about, the thing about me that says Stalin in a plaid shirt. Where was that? Was that in shitposting? I'm trying to find this so I can tweet and then move on from that.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
God, there's so many horrible things in there. My face being grafted onto other people's faces. Hey, Palmer at Social Distancing, thank you for the 17 months of Prime. Thank you very much for that and for all the support you've shown the channel. It was in the Succession thread. Okay, I see. Not wearing a plaid shirt, but whatever. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for that. Valued community member Gorilla44 was going to finance my trip to the Deep Arcade, but he tried to pay me in Bitcoin. Oh my gosh. I've been saying it. My music's still playing? I didn't even realize it was still playing this whole time. Did not even realize the music was still playing. I apologize. This is where the official TRRS meetup will be taking place. Oh, this sucks. Will be taking place at the beautiful, majestic Ryugyong Hotel in Pyongyang. Really looking forward to that. We're manifesting. We're manifesting right now. I told that person they were dumb for saying we didn't like crypto because it was scary, and he was like, I was actually just memeing. Sir, but everything else you say is also idiotic, so how am I supposed to tell? I barely remember that guy. In all honesty, we've gotten so many weird characters passing through here. Yeah, don't forget to get a poster at the gift shop, the licensed official gift shop. Don't go fucking around. I wouldn't think that a Westerner visiting North Korea would have to be told this. Apparently some do. Apparently some of our not best and brightest have been going to visit this place and not following basic instructions. Get a poster at the official licensed gift shop. Don't go messing around over there. What are you doing? What do you think's gonna happen? You think they love Americans poking around in there? No, I don't think they do. It is funny that every time I see someone try to talk about how terrible North Korea is, they bring up that guy. Oh, one American died as possibly as a result of something that happened there. And that's just supposed to be this trump card you can just play to show how terrible it is, because one fucking American died. It's just like, just don't listen. Pretty easy stuff. You're gonna go visit Pyongyang, you're gonna go visit North Korea, fine. Don't go messing around in there. What are you doing? Do as you're told. Don't go stealing stuff and posters and stuff. What's the matter with you? I don't remember that guy at all, but my favorite passerby has to be the one that refused to answer Red Scary's questions unless that user was made VIP and not knowing the whole VIP bit. I believe Scary's response was in all caps. Excuse me? Every Westerner arrested in an enemy country, like North Korea, around as a spy, except the Michaels. Just don't go there and spy. Easy. When we go, not if, when we visit Pyongyang as a community, we're going to make sure to be very respectful. Okay, we're not going to be not following in basic directions. We're certainly not going to be poking around where we're not supposed to be. And it's going to be fine. Oh, and shout out to the Tibet defender who didn't know anything and proved it in a 25-minute YouTube video. I'm surprised that kind of stuff hasn't happened more. YouTube stuff. America killed 1/3 of the people in the DPRK and continued to cause deaths through sanctions. But what about this one American dude? Some like missionary dipshit. Oh no. I still remember generals storming Norman at the first Iraq War after the U.S. military had simply used bulldozers to bury hundreds of Iraqis in their defense bunkers. I'd rather kill 1,000 foreign enemies than lose one single American soldier. It's nice when they frame things in this openly, so you can really understand what the dynamic is. They can really spell it out for you. Oh my god. Listening to the stream. And my mom says, who is this guy? He's not afraid of saying what he's thinking. I think I've successfully Rousseau-pilled her. Hell yeah. Happy to hear it. Welcome to the community, Ms. Scene. I don't care who I offend. Seriously, just don't go mess around. It's not complicated. It's not hard to go over there, I don't think, and just like not have a bad time. Just don't go be a spy. Just like the Michaels. Okay? You shouldn't have been spying, Michaels. That's on you. That sounds like a you problem. When you get thrown in a labor camp for doing spy shit in a country that's very, very correctly suspicious of Americans poking around where they don't belong. Hello, Frodo Bucket. Welcome. Be like the Michaels, not a spy. Exactly. Just a beautiful, brave boy. I went to Eritrea and I simply didn't spy on anybody, and it was a lot of fun. It's easy. It's really easy to not get caught up in a terrible situation. The Michaels were there on business, Rob. You know this. Good travel tip. Again, pretty easy. Pretty easy to remember. Isn't it wild how any general from any other army is painted as the butcher of XXX, while U.S. generals can flatten every city, ancient cities in Iraq, and be called heroes? You know, Crowd Babes, I saw the other day, I think it was like the 20-year anniversary of the looting and destruction of the Iraq Museum. Did anyone see those like images going around? And it's just like, it's so appalling. I know the music is still playing, but people said they didn't mind it, so I kept it playing. I'm not allowed to steal stuff from hotels when I'm in DPRK. Please don't. I think you would probably be okay stealing us one of those little shampoos or whatever if they got those. Even though I wouldn't recommend it. I'm sure it would be frowned upon. I don't know if that's labor camp material. Definitely don't go poking around where you're not supposed to be, though, and taking stuff off the walls. 100% don't do that. I'm gonna have very little sympathy for you if that's how you behave when you're visiting there, and then something bad happens to you. Very, very little sympathy. I'm sorry. I remember when I was scared of the DPRK. Now I'm just scared the US and its allies will provoke them into an open conflict. That's what we call the Rousseau pill we were just talking about. It's like my main function on this platform. First and foremost. Stop acting like you're freelancing for Vice. This case wasn't even that though, because this guy was like a missionary. He was like a conservative missionary type. He wasn't trying to be like an edgy journalist. You're more based than I thought. Well, there you go, Arlo. I contain multitudes. If you did that in the US as a black person, a cop would probably just kill you. That's right. You wouldn't even go to a labor camp. You would just get shot in the street. Have you ever heard the stories when WCW wrestlers did a show in North Korea in the early 90s? I've seen some footage of it. It's pretty amazing footage. It was a huge crowd with like Ric Flair and stuff. I can't ever believe that I bought the hype regarding DPRK, like how silly to see the size of that country versus the way it's talked about. And that doesn't at all get into the history of it all. I mean, that was the first thing for me, is just like starting to learn more about the Korean War and what that was about. Will just, I think, reorient your views of what the country's about. And also when you see that the way Western propaganda talks about North Korea is identical to what they've said about places like Cuba for decades. Well, if you don't believe it about Cuba, if you think they lie about Cuba, good chance that they're at least heavily lying about DPRK as well. Not that it's not a country that doesn't have problems. Probably, I imagine, a lot of the problems come from poverty and insecurity, which is like artificially enforced through sanctions and blockades. It would probably have less problems if they were allowed to like have an economy and trade with other nations. Scott Norton got detained because he was complaining to his wife on the hotel phone. Well, again, that's just disrespectful. That's just disrespectful. You go to another country, you're being treated as a guest, an athlete, and you're there complaining. Sorry. Don't care. I took the Rousseau pill and now I'm allergic to Western propaganda and wheat. And what if they weren't forced to spend on weapons? Well, and that's the other way we criticize this place too, right? They spend money that they should be spending on food on weapons. Yeah, no shit, they spend money on weapons. They've got the most powerful military in the world that committed this horrible genocidal mass murder program in their country within living memory, parked right on the fucking border. And they're not gonna they're just gonna go, okay, well, we're gonna arbitrarily disarm our country now. I don't know what people expect. It's a really bizarre way of talking about this place. Quakerotska, thanks for continuing the gift sub you got. I gotta adjust this manually. I don't know why, but thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna do it any moment. Oh, here we go. Five. There we go. Very nice. Oh, well, I guess, okay. Sometimes I just feel like we need to get a segment title here, which allows us to talk about other things. The dang news. We're doing the dang news again. The US has nukes in South Korea. Like, grow up. That's the thing. I saw everyone making fun of that, like, propaganda video that they do. They're like, oh, it's ridiculous. Like, is it ridiculous? I think it's, like, kind of necessary. And I just think it's cool. I like seeing the slow motion videos of launching the missiles and stuff. I think it's neat. They got nukes in South Korea. Jesus. The US, we got this great plan for you. It's called the Libya model. Yeah, wonderful. They know full well. They know full well what happens when you arbitrarily disarm in front of the to appease the United States. In some ways, the war never ended. Sucks, man. It's not even in some ways. It literally, officially never did end. It's still ongoing to this day. As long as there's a North Korea and a South Korea, the war is still kind of continuing. Well, when you say positive things about North Korea, it just makes the left look stupid. It makes the left look stupid and crazy, and it hurts the left's goals, because the left in the West is just crushing it. We're just killing it right now, accomplishing all kinds of stuff. And it's only these weird DPRK supporting tankies that are just holding the Western left back from really making some noise. As soon as these people as soon as they get in line, then watch out. The Western left is really just going to be doing all kinds of stuff. Believe me. You know? Any day now. Any day now, the Western left is going to get its act together. We probably should just at least talk about this, right? This story. Scoop. And I'm sure this is just clickbait, right? Like if the Democrats can't get anyone together to run to replace Biden, or they don't feel confident about it, Biden's just going to run again. They're going to prop him up. They're going to continue their whole weekend at Bernie, ironically, their weekend at Bernie's thing. They're going to juice him up with a bunch of amphetamine and send him out there. So I doubt this will even happen. It's an interesting thought experiment, though, isn't it? Senator Bernie Sanders has not ruled out another run for president if Biden doesn't in 24. A top advisor tells allies in a private memo. So I think Biden will run. Yeah. There's no way that Dems don't run Biden again. I need a shoe. But I agree, unless he's like literally physically not capable of it, which is not beyond the realm of possibility. Someone will primary Biden by 24, but probably on his right. Yeah, nothing about Bernie as well has indicated over the last couple of years that he's interested in like actually acting like a hostile force. Like he's not going to primary Biden. If he does get ran, he won't win. No, I highly doubt that. Yeah. This would be a very funny scenario, though. That's the thing. I think if this did happen, if Bernie did run again in 24, I certainly wouldn't be as like gung-ho about it as I was in 2016 and 2020. I would be more just like, this is the most kind of intriguing scenario that I would probably just try to watch play out and without getting too invested in it. Mitt Romney's going to switch from R to D and run against Biden. That sounds so accurate. Like, that sounds so much like something that could actually happen. Yeah, and how old is Bernie going to be at this point? 84, I think? Bernie could not credibly make the case that he opposes Biden and his admin. I mean, if he really wanted to go out and make that case, he could say, I played ball. I did everything that I was supposed to. I dropped out. I endorsed Joe. You said I was going to be the budget chairman. You'd said that I'd have this big role in passing this big agenda. Even though it's not as good as what I wanted, you'd say I'd have this big role in setting this big economic agenda, bold, progressive economic agenda. What happened? I got out there every single night on cable news and tried to drum up support for this big, bold economic agenda and tried to give you that big win. What did you do? You fucked me. You fucked me. You made me look like an asshole. Punished Bernie. That would be one of these kind of moments. That makes him sound like a loser and an idiot. Yeah, you're right. It kind of does. But that would be the one way that I think he can kind of articulate that. And I, frankly, it's funny to think about. It's funny to talk about, but I highly doubt that would ever happen. Nothing about him has really indicated that he has any interest in kind of actually challenging them like that. If Bernie said, you fucked me and made me look like an asshole on CNN, I'd vote for him in a heartbeat. I would think it would be pretty compelling. Bernie has a real shot as long as he hires a body language expert to help rein in the misogyny. That's right. He's just got to be a little bit nicer this time. Make sure none of his supporters are sending mean emojis to anybody. We wouldn't want that. We wouldn't want any of Bernie's supporters doing targeted harassment to elected officials and sending them mean emojis. Oh my goodness. Mean emojis. I hope everyone was okay that experienced that. As long as he doesn't do that, then he's going to have a chance. Unless Maoist Bernie Sanders bursts out of the Bernie shell in one last-ditch, no-holds-barred effort, and he rallies a people's army and leads the protracted people's war, what's he got to lose now? It's pretty old to be leading a people's war, though, this guy. This man wants to retire. Bernie Sanders yelling is scaring my son. It reminds me when my dad used to throw plates across the room and stuff, when he yells about healthcare and all that business. Because everything's about me and my personal trauma. It's sad that the GOP has more high-profile leaders under 40 years old than the DNC. Well, we've talked about this a lot on the show, Frodo Bucket. We got a couple new community members here. Frodo Bucket. We've talked about this before, about how the Democrats have really tried to anoint the next generation. That's a lot of what the whole primary in 2020 was about. They didn't really want to run Biden. They wanted to run Harris or Buttigieg or Beto O'Rourke or just one of these people. And every single week in the primary, someone got a week-long bump in the news cycle, a little front-runner spot. First, it was Beto. It was Mayor Pete. It was Kamala right out the gate. And it was like this whole audition process. Jesus Christ. Do you hear the cat? You hear that? It was this whole audition process, which just failed. Every single person that they held up to is, what about this person? You like this person? You like this? And everyone's just like, no, we don't. It was America's Next Top Democrat. That's exactly what it was. Claude Mentum. That's right. No, the cat's not using the litter. She's up at the top of the stairs at the door trying to get in. In the spirit of Michael Brooks impressions, I invented the Maoist Bernie Sanders a while ago. I nailed it at one point. I'll do it on my stream one day when I actually get over my ADHD and start the stream. Cradbabes, listen, Cradbabes, I don't want to call you out here. You've been talking about this for too long. Okay? You've been talking about this for too long. Start your stream. Do it. Just do it. You can do it. All right? Stop talking about it and do it. Okay, I gotta go let Momo in. 1 sec. Jesus Christ, it's so loud. Okay. Okay. I'm ready for my expensive food now. I already put some. Okay, so Maoist Bernie Sanders. Crad Babe, start your stream soon. Okay? Listen, I'll tell you this. It's never going to be perfect. Don't worry about making it perfect. Worry about starting it and just getting in the routine of doing it. And it will become perfect over that process. Don't obsess over it before doing it. Just start, okay? You can thank me later. Only 6 notifications. You're not stirring up enough shit. I don't know. I didn't really tweet much. I tweeted about that Libs of TikTok thing like a couple days ago. Then I've been doing mostly like sports tweets since then. It will become perfect just like this stream has, exactly. By the way, I took a little puff. So so Maoist Bernie Sanders. So it's something. So I command every citizen to build an iron forge in your backyard. You'll produce munitions for the people's militia. Something like that. You will produce munitions for the people's militia marching to the mountains of Vermont. Get rid of the landlords, yeah. Once again, I am asking you to catch a sparrow. See, Crab Babes, this is exactly the attitude you need to have. I think I sort of shot myself in the foot by planning it to be more planned, which basically gives me homework to do, and that doesn't work well with ADHD. Just roll with it and improvise, get confidence, and can do planned things when I'm more confident. This is it. This is the way. Okay? And it's, whether it's streaming, whether it's writing that novel or screenplay or poem you've been putting off, whether it's starting to learn how to paint, whether it's starting to read a new language, whatever it is that you're putting off because you're waiting until it becomes like perfect, and the opportunity just has to be absolutely perfect, and the situation just has to be absolutely perfect. And what if it's not? It's like you just have to do the thing. Just do it. Just you have to do the thing that you're thinking of. This has been one of my main things that I've actually learned in my life. Some of the very rare little bits of wisdom that I have to offer people on this kind of stuff. Maoist Bernie Sanders would not say woman. He would say woman cannot hold up half the sky because of the mean misogynist streak. That's right. In my view, women should only hold up 1/4 of the sky. Because men are stronger. And I am a raging misogynist. Women can't win at holding up half the sky, said Bernie to Elizabeth Warren at the mysterious dinner. The mysterious dinner party, where his misogynistic views came out, which he was confronted over. In my view, women hold up maybe 1/3, maybe 1/4 of the sky. Men hold, there's the top 1% of the top 1% of men that hold up half the sky. The women's revolution is that broad, making a 180 degree revolution and walking right back into the kitchen because I'm Maoist misogynist Bernie Sanders. I'm not sure Bernie's heart will hold out. Well, I mean, this thing, he's going to be fucking old. 84 years old or whatever. The accents really do just keep getting better. Thank you, Outrun. This is the positive reinforcement that I need. By the way, Outrun had an inspiring comment here. A lot of you, and this is important to reference what I was just talking about. A lot of you think that starting and not finishing something is a failure, and it's not. Starting something is the only relevant piece, whether it's unfinished, whether it sucks, whatever. And if you ask about the friendship triangle, we will make sure that any effort is correctly lauded. That's right. And this thing is, it's like telling anything is starting out as something. When you start doing anything, you are just kind of bad at it, regardless of what it is. If it's a new thing, the way you get good at something is by continuing to do it in spite of that, and continuing to work at getting better at the thing that you want to do. And not getting discouraged because it's not exactly the way you want the moment you begin something. He had a heart attack last campaign. Well, they got him. They tried to get him with that heart attack gun, and it was like diluted somehow. It was diluted. They rebounded the heart attack gun off a mirror or something, and it lost some of its potency. This has been one of my main things that I've actually learned in my life. Some of the very rare little bits of wisdom that I have to offer people on this kind of stuff. Hold on. This has been one of my main things that I've actually learned in my life. Some of the very rare little bits of wisdom that I have to offer people on this kind of stuff. Maoist Bernie Sanders would not say woman. He would say woman cannot hold up half the sky because of the mean misogynist streak. We like to have a little fun on the stream, don't we? We like to get a little bit silly. Sometimes we talk about North Korea, sometimes we talk about Bernie Sanders, sometimes I just do accents. I do silly little accents sometimes. And the goddamn bird landing on the podium was incredible political imagery. That was pretty amazing, wasn't it? I remember there was a great tweet about, like, at the next Hillary speech, like, her aides just, like, hucking birds at the stage, trying to, like, recreate it. the impression guy of Canada. I'm the Canadian Michael Winslow, the guy from Police Academy. Just throwing dead doves by the dozen, just like hoping one lands on the podium. I did. We chucking him. Yeah, Michael Winslow from Spaceballs as well. Yes, the Falconry Consultants. Yeah. The stream is really like a road comic these days. Some voices, bit of crowd work, and bam, tight 5 minutes of prime material. I hope Hillary runs again in 24. I think that would probably be the ideal. If I could pick like an ideal outcome for the United States presidential election in 2024, I would say Biden does not run, whether it's just because like of health reasons or whatever. He doesn't have it. Biden doesn't run, and two people step up. Two tributes step forth to fill this spot, to take up this sacred mantle. Two individuals step forward, and it's Hillary and Bernie in 2024.
Count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Come on.
TRRS Sankara, thanks for stream, sir.
Thank you, Apprentice. Thank you for the 7 months of Tier 1 Apprentice. Bernie versus Hillary 2. Who says no? This would be tremendous. Getting hyped for campaign season. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like, I'm actually kind of looking forward to Bernie not running because I actually really cared about the previous 2 American elections. I think we should let Dianne Feinstein run. Listen, do we support girl bosses or don't we? That's the question. Do you want to see a girl boss winning or don't you? Oh, you don't? Oh, that's a little suspicious to me. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I was kind of looking forward to an American election that I have no investment in, and I understand that's kind of like there's Canadian privilege associated with that. Well, I mean, first of all, fuck off. We all have to live with America, the whole boss of the whole world. Canada has to live with it. Every single other country has to live with it, and what that means. So, you know, it's not a big deal to me if you get really offended by this, by people paying attention to it or making fun of how stupid it is. But yeah, it would be nice actually just not because I was very emotionally invested. I was very, very emotionally invested in the Bernie campaign, I must admit. And it would be a decent change after, you know, these 2 big election cycles in America to just not have to think about it all that much. From an accelerationist standpoint, who would be the best president in 2024, do y'all think? I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, right? Because Trump 2024 is a distinct possibility. But I mean, America or anywhere else descending further into like overt fascism, I don't think that's going to really accelerate all that much, except like more disaster and more pain and misery and suffering. Oh, they're releasing the January 6th report on Amazon 2 days after 9/11, a month before the midterms. No one's going to care. No one's going to... A few media people and a few like people that live in this sort of in these like elite circles in New York and Washington are going to care, and no one else is going to give a shit. Like, if they're not willing to have hearings about that and actually like punish their political enemies over it and use it to harm their political enemies, which they could be doing, but they're just too cowardly to do it. So they're going to say, we're going to let the public decide. We're going to release... No, of course, there's no consequences for any of these people, but we're going to release the report and get the public to decide. They're going to decide with their vote, and no one's going to fucking care. No one will care. Yeah, they're deranged to think people will care about the January 6th report when gas is $5 a gallon. Well, obviously, you just call that the Putin gas price hike, and that's going to solve that problem. I'm sure Americans are going to be really forgiving in the midterms about all this stuff. The inflation and the gas, and Biden just trying to blame Putin. Americans will be like, oh, Americans are famously very like accommodating about this kind of stuff. So the Americans are going to be like, oh yeah, of course, that's fine, no problem, no problem. I'll just continue to blame Vladimir Putin for like my ever declining living standards. It's the Putin crisis, Jack. I mean, MSNBC viewers are dumb as fuck. So if he says blame Putin, they will. But this is the thing. I don't think there's actually very... MSNBC viewers, proportionally, in terms of like the overall electorate, is tiny. A tiny, tiny fraction of people. This is kind of what the Democrats are about, because it's this like consultant-based messaging, and has been for decades. So all they're really trying to appeal to, and now they take Twitter seriously too. So they're just proposing things and trying to appeal to these segments of fucking Twitter or these media brainwashed people. Without, which gets big news stories and gets people talking. It gets the right people talking, but overall doesn't actually impact anyone's actual real life and the vast majority of people that are actually voting for completely unrelated reasons. I went down to see my family a month ago and no one brought up Ukraine at all, even though they were literally talking about it on CNN, which my mom had on. The normies don't give a fuck. I mean, you've seen, even if normies did give a fuck for a week, they don't care anymore. So they've already moved on. I asked why the food stuff had increased 75% in cost, and the young lady said, I don't know, but it's worth it to topple a madman. People have no idea that they're simply being fleeced. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think a lot of Americans are going to have that idea that they're being fleeced. The slap could have happened 2 weeks ago or 6 years ago. Both seem equally likely. That's true. I've forgotten all about my entire memory of that. If Putin gets toppled, it will probably be by the Communist Party of Russia. I don't think the U.S. is going to prefer that. No, of course. They'll probably get right to work on if that did happen. then they would get right to work on destabilizing them so they could put in the fucking someone that's even further right than Putin, who would just be a Western puppet, like Navalny. That's what they want. Like the idea that they've held up Navalny as he's this popular figure. No one even likes this. Like in Russia, this guy's not popular. He's literally just this fringe figure that they've held up. He's the fucking Russian Guaido. And we're supposed to pretend that he's some like freedom fighter. And really it's just like this is our puppet that we want to put in. to so we can go back to looting the country like we were doing in the 90s. He's the Russian Ron Paul. He was put on Time magazine. He's been all over the place. He's like a pro-Second Amendment, which doesn't exist in Russia, pro-free market, anti-immigration, anti-minority candidate. Yeah, so it's no wonder that the fucking Americans like him. He has a documentary playing in theaters right now. Can you imagine the kind of people in America that are going to go see the Navalny documentary? Those are not even Ukraine flag and bio people. They've got the Ukraine flag outside their house. They replaced their normal flag with the Ukraine flag. I drove by a couple of those, by the way, when I was in Ontario the other day. When I drove to my mom's house in Brockville, I drove by houses with the Ukraine flag outside the house. Fake poisoned himself. We do love to support people that say immigrants are insects. Yeah. The heroic music swelling as he compares various ethnic groups to different kinds of insects. I drove by one that has half American flag, half Ukraine. Oh, good. Oh my goodness.
If you are killed, what message do you leave behind to the Russian people?
Experience the unbelievable true story of the man who took on Putin and lived to expose the truth.
Putin tried to kill him.
Come on, poisoned? We are creating a coalition to fight this regime. I don't want corruption in Russia. I want to try to change it.
Navalny.
My God. Oh my goodness.
Corruption in Russia.
Imagine you're this kind of person that's going to see that movie. He has no political support. He's just some guy. And like people pointed out, he's like further right than Putin in many ways. Yeah, fake poison. He's doing like the Bobby Heenan and the Bobby the Brain Heenan in his neck brace. Ugh. America, help me! Putin gave me a neck injury. The soy tension backtrack. It is funny how America's blind spot to fascism seems to be getting worse and worse. It is funny, isn't it? Very interesting how that's happening. And I'm sure it doesn't have any possible negative connotations about the future world that we're heading into. if a supporter beat up a cop, he must be good. And famously, the liberals that think that that's cool support beating up cops in America also, of course. The late, great Bobby the Brain, that's right. All you got to do now is throw a briefcase behind him. He'll turn his head by instinct and expose that he isn't injured. At least it worked in the Brady Bunch. Oh boy. Navalny. The man who's taking on Putin. Navalny. The movie voice and everything. Even getting apoplectic whenever Flair was wrestling and got even remotely hurt. Yeah. He was wonderful. I rewatched Flair's celebration from the 92 Royal Rumble the other day when him and Bobby the Brain and Kurt Hennig are popping bottles backstage. It's so wonderful. They didn't even call him Putler, so it might be Kremlin propaganda. That's right. We do have to watch out for this kind of stuff. What say we should we continue? Like, a couple things we can do. I'd probably like to kind of watch a longer video. There's some good breakthrough news content that we could take a look at. There's a piece from Breakthrough News with Brian Becker and Benjamin Norden about the people that are being targeted, for journalists that are being targeted, kind of going along the investigations we've been doing on this channel lately about these information police determining who's allowed to say what and where. That could be something we could take a look at. We could just watch another speech. I had a great time watching the Kwame Ture yesterday. That was enjoyable. Breakthrough news. Should we watch some breakthrough news? Oh, have you seen that breakthrough news? Oh, ain't it, bruv? Two hours of accents. Just continue doing that. Keep on doing that. Man of a million voices. Jesus Christ. Oh, you know what I've got to do, though? I've got to DM Rania Kalek. I was going to do it earlier and I kind of forgot. I can just go ahead and do it right now. See if I can lock her down. What's the date Monday? You still haven't done the German accent that the people voted on. I just don't think I can do it. I've never tried it. What is this Douglas Valentine thing? Oh, cool. The CIA guy. That's just from yesterday, from Our Hidden History. That sounds like it could be good to do. Oh, good. Yeah, this is good. Let's do this. Thank you for the recommendation. Strin Sam. Good call. Let's do that. Ah, what happened? Okay, that's done. Emailed Rania. Hopefully we'll have Rania for Monday. I'm suggesting Monday, April 25th. I'm suggesting to Rania Kalik to come on the show. So potentially, possibly, don't want to confirm anything that's not totally 100% confirmed. Potentially, possibly, we got Rania Kalik on Monday, April 25th. Okay? So this is the CIA and the war in Ukraine. This is something we've talked about this stuff a lot over the last couple of weeks. But I think devoting this entire segment... Oh, God damn it. I think devoting this entire segment to this with Douglas Valentine should be pretty revealing. Like Red Scary said, make sure you got your Mr. X's ready to go. So here are the videos: Douglas Valentine, the CIA, and the war in Ukraine. Watch this for a little bit, and then I'll take a short break, and then we'll watch the rest of it. Here we go.
All right, we're here with author and journalist Douglas Valentine. He's the author of a great many important books and articles on U.S. intelligence agencies, most especially the CIA. He's the author of The CIA as Organized Crime, which is an incredibly important read if you want to understand the CIA as it operates in a post 9/11 world and today. He's written two very important books on the history of the war on drugs, The Strength of the Wolf and The Strength of the Pack, and many other books, poetry. You could go to his website at douglasvalentine.com and you can see all his work, many links to articles, so very important to visit.
Yeah, this is a
We're going to
podcast.
speak today about events in Ukraine, which is obviously front and center in the news, but where the media seems to feel that U.S. involvement began with
More
Russian
volume.
troops entering the country in the end of February. The fact is that manipulating events in Ukraine is one of the CIA's oldest programs. We seem to have sort of come full circle. Thank you, Doug, for speaking with us today.
It's my pleasure. We've known each other for a while, so.
Yes, we did a great interview on when the Vietnam War, the Ken Burns documentary came out, so I suggest people listen to that.
Yeah, well, Ken Burns is a great example of the power of, propaganda, and how the entire Burns, I'll get into Ukraine in a minute, but Burns was a great example of somebody with prestige who's acknowledged by the establishment as an authority, being able to say that the Vietnam War was a noble cause, and then poof, then for the rest of history, Vietnam's a noble cause. And all other discussion about it vanishes, and it's marginalized. But that's what's happened. The same thing is what's happening in Ukraine today. From the very beginning, Biden and his minions talked about this war, used the word unprovoked. The unprovoked Russian invasion of Ukraine. And that's pretty much like Ken Bird saying Vietnam was a noble cause. It absolves the United States in like an advertising slogan way. In just one or two or three words, noble cause, unprovoked.
And we've talked about this before too, Strinsam. If your analysis doesn't center around the CIA, then your analysis is incomplete. And it's amazing too how there's this segment of the left too in the West that also wants to hand wave away any CIA talk as being some kind of, well, now you're just being paranoid. You're just being a conspiracy theorist. It's not helpful. We don't know. There's no proof. Let's not even ever talk about the possible role that the CIA is playing in these ongoing events. You just sound like this crackpot. And frankly, I just don't understand this perspective. When you know anything about this history, I really don't understand this perspective of hand waving away when you start to say, like, it's quite possible that the CIA's fingerprints are all over this geopolitical event because of this history and this history and these countless examples of them operating in this exact way. I mean, that's, to me, is a pretty normal reaction to wonder if this nefarious agency that has done so many horrible things documented that we know about when it comes to U.S. foreign policy, when you see these patterns start to repeat, at least to ask the basic question, are they involved? And if they are, how are they involved and why? Right? That's not being a conspiracy theorist. That's having a modest understanding of the American national security state. You don't even need to know all that much about it. You need to know a few basic principles. And then you're going to be asking yourself these questions anytime these big geopolitical events start to happen. Hi, Rob in chat. The fact Hunter was a prolific coke user and rumors of cocaine usage, was it a drug running operation? You mean like the Hunter Biden? I mean, it was a couple things, right? It was nepotism and corruption. Hunter Biden just getting this cushy 6-figure job at a Ukrainian gas company, I believe it was, after his father helps overthrow the previous government. That's pretty clearly corruption. And we all know it's a very corrupt country, a very corrupt government as well. It wouldn't surprise me if he was possibly had ties with, other elements, organized crime or others in the country, and there wasn't some other shady shit going on that we don't even know about. Wouldn't surprise me at all. But yeah, when it comes to the role that the CIA plays in all this stuff, this idea, anytime you bring this up, they just hand wave that away. Oh, you sound like a crackpot conspiracy theorist. And you have a basic understanding of like what this fucking institution has been responsible for. I think that's a really bizarre way of trying to analyze anything. Saying we want, until it's proven. I was talking about this with Lana in the Discord the other day. We can never be against these kinds of programs when they're going on, right? Just like in the late 60s, when there was people talking about COINTELPRO, I'm sure they were also hand-waved away and dismissed as being raving conspiracy theorists. Now, we can only talk about things like COINTELPRO years later, after the information has come out about this, after journalists have dug into it, after there's been some hearings that have exposed these things. Then, once we know for sure that it happened, then we can be against it. But when it's actually happening, then we can never speculate. We can never speculate about this possibility. Only years later, after it's confirmed, finally, and proven with facts, then we can be against it when it doesn't matter anymore. And there's no stakes, and we have nothing personally at stake to make this opinion known. After we can't do anything about it, then we can oppose it. This is how a lot of people think about this kind of stuff, I think. The CIA doesn't have a 100% success rate, so it's just inept. They're just bungling around. Yeah. Look, I mentioned it on Scarynomics, but one of the world's major banks, Credit Suisse, is being actively sued for money laundering billions for the Bulgarian mob. Yeah, I have no doubt that all these other shady elements are part of all this stuff. Absolutely. Anyway, here that's usually why when any big global event that has big foreign policy implications for the U.S. government is going on, my first thought is, what is the role of the CIA? What's the role of the U.S. State Department? Are they involved? How are they involved? And why are they involved? If that's the case, this is like pretty much my first thought in any of these big geopolitical events. Who benefits? That's right. That's the central question. You have to always be asking yourself. And it doesn't mean you'll be right 100% of the time. You know what? You will be right the vast majority of the time, though. If you just assume that they're involved from the very beginning of all these big geopolitical events, you won't be right 100% of the time. You will be right a vast majority of the time, though. It's a pretty safe bet. You can put all your money on just betting on this each and every time. You're going to come out ahead ultimately. It's great that the CIA admits that they can't be directly involved and need plausible deniability for their operations. And then people dismiss their involvement in anything because they didn't admit to it. There we go. And now you have these fucking guys coming right out on MSNBC and just doing live media hits now. They don't even have to launder the stuff through the foreign wire or anything anymore. Now you just have them coming right on TV and lying to people. Yeah, CIA recruits and offloads the risk to the locals. Yeah, that's right. They're not always, they've got advisors and stuff in all these places, but half of what it is, or like more than half, like you're saying, Frodo Bucket, is arming and funding extremist groups. Arming and funding extremist groups. Whether they do that in Central and South America, or arming Cuban extremists, arming death squads all around the world. I wonder if maybe they're doing something similar here. I wonder. Well, since we don't know, we can just never say that definitively, that they're deeply involved in this kind of stuff, even though it's the exact same strategy, the exact same playbook that's unfolding right in front of our fucking eyes. But we can never speculate on that, regardless of any of this history. None of this history matters. We have nothing to do with all those far right-wing death squads that we armed and funded, and we're certainly not involved with arming and funding this right-wing death squad that's going on right now. Just like we didn't do that in Libya, we didn't do that in Syria, we didn't do that in Afghanistan, we didn't do it in El Salvador, we didn't do it in Nicaragua, we didn't do it in Cuba. It's not hard to notice this fucking pattern eventually and to start asking questions about this. It doesn't make you a conspiracy theorist to ask questions about this stuff. For no reason whatsoever, we are saddened that the NGOs we have nothing to do with are getting shut down in whatever this country that we don't like.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Comrade Social Distancing, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Comrade Social Distancing. There are people actually defending the fact that the FBI and CIA have a 20-year stasis on document releases. Well, how do you expect them to do their jobs? The CIA is probably in the chat. Well, there's a disclaimer, so if anyone is in the CIA, you have to say so, or else it's illegal. Yeah, the CIA did those bad things in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and 10s, but that was in the past. Yeah, and in Honduras in 2009. That's the amazing thing when you hear about like John Cipher and that, like when you get him arguing online about this kind of stuff, and he's like, that was the 70s, and apparently Vietnam is the only time that they did anything bad. That's the only time America did anything bad, and it was over in 1975, and then that was the end of that, and they haven't done anything bad or illegal since. Yeah, name one thing in the last 30 years. It's like, I can name something from fucking yesterday, sir. President Guaido would beg to differ. Thank you. Jesus. Okay. let's continue this. That's what I mean, though. You're not a conspiracy theorist for questioning when these big geopolitical events happen, whether it's the war in Ukraine, whether it's the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan and all the media stuff about that and all the attacks that happened when they were leaving. Whether it's the possible color revolutions in Kazakhstan or wherever else, Venezuela, Nicaragua. It's completely normal to assume, first and foremost, that the CIA and the U.S. State Department is deeply involved in whatever it is. They're guilty until proven innocent, as far as I'm concerned.
It defines the entire situation in a way that's to the advantage of the United States establishment. Whether it's true or false is something else entirely. And absolutely it's not true. Vietnam was not a noble cause, and Ukraine, the war in Ukraine was not unprovoked. And one can say that it's, like you said, coming full circle, that its origins, go back. I mean, Noam Chomsky says, it goes back to 1917, the Bolshevik Revolution, and how the communist revolution in Russia was a way of reorganizing society entirely. It was a new ideology. It was a new way of organizing society. And organization will be very important in this particular conversation, because after the communist revolution, then fascism starts to emerge in Europe. And fascism is a way of organizing society in a very ideological way.
By the way, subscribe to the channel, folks. Before we continue, I'm seeing a number of people in the chat, new to the stream, new to the community, happy and wonderful. Remember, though, to really join the community, to join the friendship triangle, the wonderful, empowering, two-dimensional shaped community clout distribution based organizational system, you must subscribe. You get all the emotes. Look at the emotes on this channel. You can use these emotes anywhere on Twitch.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Doesn't that work? That works, right? To do the emotes. Yeah, there we go. You can use all these emotes anywhere you want. Look at all these wonderful revolutionary figures. And the cat. Join the community. Join the Discord. Which the Discord is just tremendous. All the different events going on in there all the time. Thank you, Fight Scene, for the gifted sub. We love our lurkers, but they could be doing more. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. Posting our way to revolution. That's actually weird. It's doing politics to support this channel monetarily. Okay? That's politics. That's activism. I'm always here in spirit. Thank you, valued community member Cocksailor, for that. You weren't included in that shaming of all the lurkers, okay? Okay, just throwing that out there. I'm going to continue this video.
And it's a projection of that battle. What we're seeing in Ukraine today is a projection of that battle from 100 years ago between Russia, which had reorganized itself to create the communist revolution world, international revolution, and fascism. I mean, and see it playing out every day. And although we have, since a lot of other things have evolved, obviously, technology has evolved, the power of secret intelligence organizations has evolved since World War II, creation of the CIA, and the new emphasis on counterinsurgency and covert action, as opposed to just in the old days it was just spy versus spy. There's a whole new way of fighting wars and all that. This whole new way of fighting wars, and this idea of information warfare as becoming preeminent in a world where everybody's speaking at the same time now. I mean, that's the current situation is that there's every speaker is on, and there's noise coming from every direction, and it's only the people that absolutely control the information and the sources of information. CNN, Fox News, here in the United States, that Ken Burns and the establishment documentary business, part of the same establishment. They're the only ones. They're the ones now that are defining reality, and reality has become really an illusion. It contradicts the reality of what's going on. And in order to navigate through this mess nowadays, you have to know, from my point, in my opinion, and which is I've dedicated my research to, as much by accident or as intention, to how this all got organized.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Especially in terms of the role of
Frodo Bucket, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Welcome to the community. This is very exciting. This is going to be a changing day in your life. A great man once said that, Dr. Phil. This is going to be a changing day in your life. Thank you.
Secret intelligence agencies and covert action and psychological warfare, which is all playing out right now as if it was preordained 100 years ago in Ukraine. So if you got a question for me about it, I'll stop my little sort of historical introduction to it.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Fart Party 69. Oh, thank you for gifting a sub to Fart Party 69. Thank you for gifting a sub to Cock Sailor. Thank you. Once again, I'm a serious journalist. I'm a serious journalist here. And this is the very serious community that this is. And yeah, join the Discord as well. Folks, can't stress this enough. All kinds of wonderful things going on in the Discord server. We're learning about communism. We're watching movies. Pretty much different variations of those two things. But that's pretty good,
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Alana, thank you for gifting a sub to another user in the chat. Thank you, Alana, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Valkyrie of the North, welcome. Welcome back. Now, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say the name. No. No. It's not going to happen. Forget about it. Forget about it. Okay, let's continue. We do have a little hype train going. Again, no pressure. No pressure to support that. Just if you don't, then I struggle to survive. But whatever. Who cares about that?
I mean, it does seem to be ignored, everything that's led up to this.
Of course, you can post a link to a Vietnamese movie. That sounds wonderful.
But especially it goes back to the United States getting in bed with Reinhard Gehlen.
Oh my goodness. Unelectable airwaves.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Won my school board race. Couldn't have done it without this community. So that's wonderful.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Amazing. Unelectable airwaves. We've loved to hear it. John McCain's Ghost, thank you for gifting a sub to Valkyrie of the North. Alana, thank you for gifting a sub to Ali in HD. Thank you very much, Alana. Hell yeah, very exciting. This is very exciting stuff. It's called The Smell of Burning Grass. I'm really interested in seeing this. We talk a lot about Vietnam on the channel. And I don't think I've seen like an actual like Vietnam War movie told from that perspective. I think that's something that I think there would be cool. We could see a couple more of those movies. You know, war movies where we recognize all the kind of tropes from the war, but where, you know, the enemy, the American imperialists that are there are like seen as the stormtroopers, you know? Where's the leftist film podcast? Well, there is a leftist film podcast known as Kino Lefter, which I just guested on a few days ago. Excuse me. I just guested on this podcast a few days ago. It's a wonderful podcast. It's part of the Harbinger Media Network. You can find it here. We talked about Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I can also link a doc. Yeah, please do Valkyrie of the North. Perhaps just do it in the Discord server, though. That's probably the best places to put that. Now there's all kinds of discourse going on in the chat that I'm just not comfortable with. I've got special guests, personal friends of mine appearing in the chat, and they're being alienated and grossed out by all kinds of weird comments. Oh my goodness. Rise of the Planet of the Apes really does rock. It's so good. Okay, let's go back to this clip, this video, this podcast.
The Germans
need to get into any of the other stuff that was going on.
Kind of taking that on. Can you talk to us about that kind of anti-communist warfare school in Germany at the time, and then how?
Let me just rewind this question a little bit.
I mean, it does seem to be ignored, everything that's led up to this, and like you said, it goes all the way back to 1917, but especially it goes back to the United States getting in bed with Reinhard Gehlen, the Germans' Eastern Front Intelligence Agency, and kind of taking that on. Can you talk to us about that kind of anti-communist warfare school in Germany at the time, and then how
Absolutely.
it led us today?
Yeah, I mean, for the last 35 years, 40 years, I've been focusing on the CIA. And that's when the CIA was born in World War II. And I'll just try in 30 seconds to explain why. But, I mean, in the 1930s, people were still getting to Europe by ocean liner. It was a different world. People weren't taking planes. Technology hadn't really evolved. And at that and the United States had been pursuing an isolationist policy. The United States was letting Europe destroy itself. And Europe has, been at each other, all the different nation states, for centuries, trying to create a map that sort of looks like what it looks like today. And the United States had this isolationist policy where it just stood back and let France fight Germany and England fight everybody, and everybody, of course, was first the French, and then the Germans was trying to invade Russia to get its natural resources. And the United States was sitting back and watching them. But it got sucked in World War II with Pearl Harbor, which made it, the United States had to enter. And at that particular time, there was no coordination between the United States Army and the United States Navy and the FBI and the State Department. And Franklin Roosevelt created an organization called the Coordinator of Information under a guy named William Donovan. And the idea, this was the first organizational step towards creating a CIA, was to have an organization, the Coordinator of Information, that could bring together for FDR as the United States began to enter World War II, coordinate Army intelligence, Navy intelligence, the State Department, and the FBI, internal security here in the United States. And it gave this guy Donovan immense power. And once the United States had entered the war, that organization, the Coordinator of Information, was split in two parts. which becomes very important. One part was the OSS, which was designed to create create organizations behind enemy lines, to wage sabotage and subversion against the enemy in the enemy's territory, and to secretly establish an American military presence so that in those occupied territories, the United States Army could eventually enter and start fighting an actual war. That was the purpose of the OSS.
Seems legit.
And that very much is still the purpose of the CIA, as you see unfolding in Ukraine, which is a totally CIA war against Russia. And the other organization that split off was called the Office of War Information. And that became the root of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty,
We're
Voice
still
of
sharing
America.
our Radio Free Europe and Radio Free Asia shit now.
Send
We're still sharing these sources as if they're legitimate. And when you say Radio Free Europe, that's CIA shit. And they said, no, they broke away years ago. Now it's not. And it's like, okay, good. Great. Cool. They said that they stopped doing that kind of stuff, so they just stopped. Jesus Christ. And people still act like you're a crackpot for being like, I don't trust these sources that are clearly from the CIA. When it's their source 100 times out of 100 about any negative story about North Korea, for example. Sources associated with Radio Free Asia said that, and it's like, well, that's bullshit. And that's still too much for some people. It's too much for some people. It's too much to ask for some people to doubt this stuff. Unbelievable.
the agents into occupied territories to broadcast with radios and to promote the American line and to convince people in foreign countries that the United States was a force of good.
The guy from Belarus that got taken off the plane worked for Radio Free Belarus.
Office of War Information also.
That's what Lukashenko was saying too, right?
Was another espionage organization operating separately, and it
We're coming for all your guys
into what was after the war was called the United States Information Service as part of the State Department. And a guy that you and I have talked about, Frank Scotton, belonged to that United States Information Service, which is always has been sort of a covert action branch of the U.S. State Department. Okay, the State Department, just like the military, did not give up conducting intelligence operations because of the creation of the CIA. The State Department did not give up conducting intelligence operations either. I mean, they're bureaucracies and they want their own. They don't want to rely on anybody else.
CIA actually stands for Cool Innocent Angels,
which is really was the main propaganda outfit of the United States, and often it operated in country undercover of the United States Agency for International Development and stuff like that. So
always blaming the poor innocent CIA on doing all kinds of bad stuff. Unbelievable.
After World War II, the OSS had proven effective, as had this Office of War Information.
The sweet innocent CIA doesn't do this kind of stuff anymore.
The fascists were utterly defeated and had gone away, except in Spain, and Italy, and Germany, and England, and elsewhere around the world, where the remnants were incorporated into the CIA and used the people who were there said they simply recycled these guys, and Reinhard Gehlen was one of them. And not only were they recycled, they became the vanguard of CIA operations into Eastern Europe. This guy, Reinhard Gehlen, who you mentioned, had been in charge of the German military's intelligence operations in Eastern Europe and into Russia. And he had, at the end of the war, his intelligence network was still in place. And the CIA wanted that intelligence network. And it was all Nazis. And these guys were perfectly willing to take off.
There's got to take one moment here. It's got to take one quick moment. You're blaming this. When you say the CIA is bad, you're basically saying that this person is bad. Okay? And I bet you feel pretty silly now, don't you?
When I was 17, I quoted Zora Neale Hurston's How It Feels to Be Colored Me in my college application essay. The line that spoke to me stated simply, I am not tragically colored. There is no sorrow dammed up in my soul nor lurking behind my eyes.
Bigotry
I do not
much?
mind at all. At 17, I had no idea what life would bring, but Zora's sentiment articulated so beautifully how I felt as a daughter of immigrants then and now. Nothing about me was or is tragic. I am perfectly made. I can wax eloquent on complex legal issues in English while also belting Guayaquil de mis
The
amores
jokesters
in
the
Spanish.
chat don't agree. Oh, they've never
I can
made
change a
mistake.
diaper with one
Ooh.
hand and console a crying toddler with the other. I am a woman of color. I am a mom. I am a cisgender millennial who's been diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. I am intersectional, but my existence is not a box-checking exercise. I am a walking declaration, a woman whose inflection does not rise at the end of her sentences, suggesting that a question has been asked. I did not sneak into CIA. My employment was not and is not the result of a fluke or slip through the cracks. I earned my way in, and I earned my way up the ranks of this organization. I am educated, qualified, and competent, and sometimes I struggle. I struggle feeling like I could do more, be more to my two sons, and I struggle leaving the office when I feel there's so much more to do. I used to struggle with imposter syndrome, but at 36, I refuse to internalize misguided patriarchal ideas of what a woman can or should be.
Folks.
I am tired of feeling like I'm supposed to apologize for the space I occupy rather than intoxicate people with my effort, my brilliance. I am proud of me, full stop. My parents left everything they knew and loved to expose me to opportunities they never had. Because of them, I stand here today a proud first-generation Latina and officer at CIA.
There we go.
I am unapologetically me. I want you to be unapologetically you, whoever you are. Know your worth. Command your space. Mija, you're worth it.
So I bet you all feel pretty silly now, don't you? I bet you feel pretty silly now. You're mocking this. You're mocking this entire. You're laughing. That you're accusing this person of doing war crimes? Really? You're accusing this person of doing, of arming and funding extremist groups? You think that person would do that? I believe everything that person was saying. And if you didn't, that means you're sexist, doesn't it? Is that your internalized misogyny speaking? When you say this person is part of an organization that arms and trains and funds extremists and neo-Nazis? Wow. That's all I have to say, chat. Wow. She's not going to apologize for occupying space. I'm glad everyone is really getting something out of this. I'm glad everybody is really, taking some time to reflect. But some of the commentary that I was seeing, this anti-CIA attitude, very disappointing. Anyway, here, let's carry on this clip.
Their SS uniforms and their Gestapo uniforms and become members of the German, West German intelligence service or the Italian.
Crying. You should start off the Ronnie interview with the variation of this bit and see if she goes for it. I remember when I talked to Abby Martin on the podcast a couple years ago now. We started off talking about Venezuela and the commercial for the Amazon Venezuela CIA show. That was fun.
Intelligence
the rainbow
service
black sun flag. There we go.
Under CIA direction, start spying on the Soviet Union, and not only spying on the Soviet Union, but spying on agents of the Soviet Union in Germany, in Italy, in France, and this became the whole apparatus that we now have operating under the guise of NATO. This was the genesis in 1949 of what became NATO, which was a joint operation between the United States, originally the United States, Great Britain, and Canada. And the rest of Europe at that point, 1949, was still recovering from the war and had,
NATO
really
bad.
kind of a sympathy for the communists, because the communists were the only people in France and in Italy and in other places around Europe that had actually fought the Nazis. Everybody else had collaborated. So it was very hard in a lot of European nations to do what the United States, Canada, and Great Britain
We just need to give the CIA more money for
which was utterly
de-escalation
roll
training.
back
Thank you.
communism. And the forces,
Hello,
the
reading
main
for
vanguard
liberation.
in those
Welcome.
forces were the CIA, which basically, and the United States military and State Department, which controlled NATO. NATO was its creation. And in order to get into NATO, European nations had to submit to both letting the CIA organize their security services. In order to become a member of NATO, you have to say, okay, the CIA is going to come in and start advising your security services, and the American military is going to, and along with the Canadians and the Brits, is going to advise your military. And that's NATO. And that's how all that begins. And at the same time, all this is going on, the CIA is infiltrating into all these security services, and not just the security services, but all the civil institutions. And you know how that works. Anybody who's read Francis Stoner Saunders' book, about the cultural wars, knows that the CIA was not just operating in liaison with security services, but it was actively, and I've talked about this elsewhere, courting what was called the compatible left. It was through its political officers.
I think there's some people on Twitch that need to listen to this stuff.
Foundations, organizations,
the compatible left,
the chamber, everybody had to have a junior chamber of commerce. Union organizers from the United States were being sent to help organize unions in France and in Italy and all across Western Europe that expelled communists and became what was called social democratic. And this is all part of this great scheme of the CIA, as originated by a CIA officer, Cord Myers, to court the compatible left. And that was the main political and psychological operation that was going on at the same time that the CIA was running the security services.
Human rights are a luxury we cannot afford. Unless we want to lecture other countries that we don't like, then we can talk about human rights.
In every U.S. military with the Brits and the Canadians. Running the militaries in all the organizations. Up to, pretty much within limits. But in order to become a member of NATO, you had to submit. And Finland and Sweden, I think, still haven't actually submitted, although they're on the verge now. So all this goes on until 1991, the information war through the United States.
You believe the CIA's organizing a country's security services before it could be admitted to NATO was a problem? Most European countries fucking salivated at the thought of the Americans teaching them how to destroy socialists, and some countries like mine has gone so far we're literal vassals, and help the American NSA spy on other EU countries. Very cool. This is a very cool and chill organization, actually. Is I think what you meant to say.
States Information Service and the NATO war through the CIA and the U.S. military of fighting the communists, and then the USSR dissolves. So it's kind of like a whole new ballgame. What are you going to do if you haven't got the communist menace to fight anymore? And thank God for Russia, China.
What do you do when the USSR collapses and you don't have the great Soviet menace to fight against anymore? Well, I guess you have nothing to do but to start making your society better, unless of course there's some kind of a big terrorist attack that gives you a new 20 years to unlimited access to the money printing machine of the United States government, a new faceless enemy that can be anywhere at any time, that you've got to spend the next 20 years eroding civil rights and spending trillions of dollars to overthrow. It's weird. It's kind of an interesting coincidence how that happens, doesn't it? When you finally win the big decades-long war, then, oh, looks like we got to start a brand new one. What? Whoopsie daisy. Wouldn't you know it, we allowed a horrible terrorist attack on the country just by accident. Again, we bumbled our way into that one. Oh my goodness, we made all kinds of different silly little mistakes there and allowed that terrorist attack to happen. Oh shucks. I guess we'll just have to go back to perpetual war and escalate even further into open fascism in our own country. Oh darn. Hate when that happens.
And that's so communist. There's still a communist menace, and demagogues like Trump can still campaign against socialism. I should say up front that there is nothing but a compatible left in America.
I agree, sir. And that's it. At least we know for sure that there won't be in the future any kind of terrorist attacks committed by the right-wing extremists that we're arming and funding and training in Ukraine right now. Can you imagine if in 5-10 years there's some kind of terrorist attack that they're responsible for, giving us a whole new enemy to now have to fight again? Well, that would be crazy if that happened. Oh my goodness, what a crazy coincidence that would be. Anyway.
The whole idea of a compatible left only applied to Europe, where there actually were, or in Asia, where there still are communist parties. There's nothing like that in the United States. The left is nothing but compatible with
Where'd that AK come from? Oh, Ukraine. Where'd you get that javelin?
Neoliberalism and imperialism.
Where'd you get that javelin?
Otherwise, if you think there's some kind of
we didn't really keep track of any of that stuff,
communist agenda in the United States, you're living in some kind of libertarian fantasy. It just is not happening. And if you look at the media, you can see it. It's just like this, like Santa Claus or some phony thing that gets made up, and it doesn't exist. But it does exist elsewhere around the world, which is why the CIA is still preeminent. Plus, which
I have on that subject, I got to show you this. This is really an amazing chart that I saw. This chart about U.S. military aid to Ukraine. Open image, new tab. It's really pretty
This is some
shocking.
guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
What's this now? Hey, Dan Simpson, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Dan. Dan Heads. Welcome. I appreciate the raid. Bring it on in. We're talking about the CIA in Ukraine. We're talking about arming and funding and training extremist groups in Ukraine, and how that strategy in the past has led to horrible massacres against civilians and terrorist attacks against the United States. And on this front, this chart is so fascinating of U.S. military aid to Ukraine since the conflict broke out. So just since the 25th, $3 billion in total, $350 million, and it's all anti-armor missiles, small arms, anti-tank, anti-aircraft weapons. Like, think about this amount of resources that are being poured into this and all the weapons that are being shipped over there. 350 million, 200, 800 million, 300 million, 100 million, 800 million, 3 billion in total. This is 6 weeks? 2 months? Yeah, and you think they have any fucking idea where these weapons are going? You think they're keeping track of every single bullet and every single gun? Just on that level, I think it's fucked up. But it's also just amazing to think about the fact that they just made this money appear. Do you think about that? They can do that. They just made, for all the stuff, whenever some like mild social democrat runs on like possibly making some service slightly less unbearable, and they're like, well, we can't pay for that. Well, no, we got to tighten our belts. We got to tighten our belts. We can never pay for anything that helps anyone. They can literally just create $3 billion out of nowhere to spend on Javelin missiles and whatever else, bullets and body armor, to just ship it over to neo-Nazis in Ukraine. At any moment. They can just invent $3 billion out of the air. Hillary said the Stingers are selling like hotcakes. Why? We're making a fortune. Think about the shareholder benefits. It's really amazing, though, when you see this. Like, this is literally just 2 months. $3 billion. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. You can do a lot with $3 billion. I mean, you could basically end extreme poverty in the United States with that amount of money. Realistically. If I got a Javelin missile for myself too, I'd be only marginally less pissed. Well, that would be a nice little benefit. I mean, if you're paying for it, you should at least get one. You just get one. Anti-Raytheon factory worker? Yes, socialist. Yeah, right. Oh my goodness. This is like Tony Stark, but epic style. It's so fucking disgusting, these leftists trying to guilt trip you into supporting Ukraine by comparing the Palestinian resistance. Yeah, I know, that's fucking... Come on. Come on, folks. We gotta be better than this. We got to be better than this. I just think it's an amazing example of the way that they can just pay for anything that they want at any time without a problem. Maybe the U.S. should support the Palestinian resistance too for the profit. Yeah, I mean, it would be maybe remotely similar if we were someone should, if not us, then someone should be sending the Palestinians javelins as well. I actually agree with that. But unfortunately, no one is doing this. I would like for someone to do it, but no one's doing it. So if you want to compare Ukraine to the Palestinian resistance, okay, then let's send javelins to Palestinians then. If we're going to compare these two things. Right now, it seems like we're only doing one of those things. Anyway, we're getting... What have we made it to 5 minutes into this video? 18 minutes, okay. I actually have to go in a little bit to pick up my kid from school, so I'm going to have to leave this playing for a little while.
There are nations like Russia which do not want to submit to U.S. hegemony. And so all this starts culminating in 1991, especially in Ukraine. And I should say that there's a really strong fascist ideology that's driving this whole thing, which also becomes apparent in Ukraine. And not only was it embedded in the CIA with the incorporation of all these former fascists into the CIA as actually the vanguard of CIA operations in Europe. These guys fit right in. When you understand that Henry Ford and people like that were funding the fascists, I mean, we might have fought them in World War II, but it wasn't really ideological. But that fascist ideology really underpins, to a great extent, America and what its ideological foundations are, and the whole scheme of how to organize the CIA and the special forces actually had its origin within the German military and intelligence services, the formation of the SS, for example, a paramilitary branch that was designed specifically for political and psychological warfare. Well, that becomes the basis, the SS, where it was at, and it was actually organized in this place called Bad Tölz in near Austria, southern Germany. After the war, the United States actually constructed took over the Bad Tolz base, and it incorporated within this new the CIA as it was emerging. And at that point, the United States military created a psychological warfare division, which was very secret, had an office of special operations.
Sounds very above board.
The military started incorporating this Nazi Germany idea of creating an SS. And that was, the military was actively involved in Ukraine. You just don't know about it, but through its psychological warfare branch, and it has as many advisors in Ukraine as the CIA does. It's just not American troops there yet. But the whole idea of the U.S. Army Special Forces originates in the military's psychological warfare division, and it emerges in 1950, and it emerges in Bad Tolz, where the Nazis created the SS and the Gestapo, and decided that the way to wage this kind of political and psychological warfare.
Well, that's the thing. Psychological warfare division of the CIA is what's behind the propaganda in Ukraine and from Bucha, etc. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of the information about these war crimes that are coming out. And as we talked about this before, I always want to say as a caveat, not to just absolve Russia from committing any serious crimes either. It is a war, and I have no doubt that war crimes are being committed on both sides. That's just what happens in a war, and it's horrible and atrocious, and why we're against war. To get that out of the way, a lot of the high-profile incidents that are being used to gin up more support for arming and funding Ukraine, and for talking about how evil and genocidal and that the Russian military is, a lot of this propaganda is coming from Azov, and it's coming from these far-right groups, who we know are armed and trained by the CIA. They're engaging in propaganda tactics that are again, have a long lineage, have a long connection to American intelligence establishment. And that's the thing. That's what I have a big problem with. Is then when you start asking questions about that, people look at you like you're a fucking alien, or like you're some paranoid maniac for asking these questions and wondering if perhaps the exact same process isn't taking place right now, with this same process that we know has existed elsewhere dozens and dozens of times. This is just the thing that I don't understand. People look at you like you're a maniac when you mention this stuff. And it's like, I think the default position should be imagining that that's what's going on. And if they can prove not, then you can kind of move on from there. But for some reason, people still think they have the benefit of the doubt. That's what I would ask the people, our social democratic friends who have been like uncritically repeating all this stuff, and our liberal friends. What do these guys have to do to not have the benefit of the doubt? At what point are you going to just start disbelieving the things they say before you intrinsically just believe them? For me, they gave up the benefit of the doubt literally decades ago. But for some people, apparently, for some reason, they had this perpetual ability to be able to say things, and you have to just take them seriously for some reason. I don't know why. The latest Radio Warner, they kind of tackled the criticism launched at them over their analysis. No, I didn't listen to that. Well, Dutch, I'd be interested to hear it, though. People do get the memory loss. Exactly. The history only started last week. Right? The history of this conflict started in February 28th, and there's nothing before that we could never learn anything from. Anyway, let's continue this.
That the SS is famous for, creating, going after partisans in France, going after partisans in Italy, rounding up civilians who were considered to be sympathizers and opponents, and then just slaughtering civilians. And of course, sending Jews to the concentration camps.
Yeah. That was part of the. That's why I'm suspicious of anyone on the left my age who doesn't immediately implicate the CIA. It's like, I remember I was asking questions about this I mentioned Afghanistan, when the pullout of Afghanistan, when you had all these like major media establishments just losing their fucking minds and all of a sudden talking about human rights in Afghanistan
nonstop. Have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
History only exists in grade school for the majority of people in the States.
Yeah, that's right, Justinian. Absolutely. And Canada as well. Canada's not much better. Thank you very much for the 10 months of Tier 1, Justinian. Yeah, when all that Afghanistan stuff was going on, though, and then there was like the actual terrorist attacks the day that like everyone was leaving finally. And I was like, it kind of feels like the CIA is probably deeply involved in a lot of this stuff. And people got so mad about it. People, not just liberals, but like people that are like, oh, I'm the like leftist shit posters, are like super upset that I would dare suggest that possibly the CIA was involved in both the media side, the media propaganda side, and the possible terrorist attack side of what was going on during the pullout from Afghanistan. And people were like, how dare you suggest that? And it's like, what the fuck is the matter with people? What, like, how is that not your default question each time these things happen? It's extremely weird to me that this is still so, like, it's treated like this crackpot conspiracy theory shit. I'm gonna have to go soon to the school.
Ideology. All that originated in Germany with this idea of creating an SS, a special unit within the military that not only engaged in this kind of political and psychological warfare against civilians, but also had its own police force, a Gestapo, which liaised and created and conducted intelligence operations against the infrastructure of the resistance in France and in Italy and all the...
Leftism doesn't mean being anti-American. I always laugh when I hear that as well. You can't just have your whole ideology be America bad, actually. And it's like, well, you can. You absolutely can do that. And you'll probably be right the vast majority of the time in any of these conflicts. If that's just your default stance, you're certainly going to be right much more often than you were wrong, if that's just your default stance. But people do the same thing where they say, like, it's actually like you're denying other countries' agency. You're being chauvinist when you suggest that all these events aren't happening organically and that the United States is the big bad country that's like orchestrating all these things. You're being chauvinist and you're like denying their lived experience when you suggest that America is just pulling all the strings behind these things. And yeah, I'm sorry. Just like when you talk about colored revolutions, you know full well that like when a colored revolution happens, it very often starts very organically. And that there are people that are expressing discontent, but then it gets hijacked and funded by the NGOs and gets armed and organized, in these other cases. But that's the thing, it's not being chauvinist to assume that America's pulling the strings. It's just having a fucking functional brain that has been capable of observing recorded, documented historical facts from the past several decades of geopolitical events. That's all it is. It's not being chauvinist, it's literally just having a basic understanding of what the United States and the Western foreign policy establishment has been up to over the last 70 years. And observing these things and then trying to apply the knowledge you have into your understanding of these complex geopolitical events in modern times. That's all. It's not just imagining that America is the big bad country that controls everything. It's literally just vaguely paying attention to what has been going on around us, around the world, for the last several decades. Imperialism has laid its body over the world. Wherever you strike it, you damage it and aid the world revolution. I really like that one. I was accused by a German socialist, no less, of typical Western arrogance for pointing out the US role in Ukraine. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Marxism is when you ignore history. That's right. Yeah. Anyone here think the anti-war protests in Russia weren't CIA NED approved? I mean, I have no doubt that there's many people in Russia that are against the war as well. But certainly any, like, when you see actual opposition emerging from that, well, it would be at least critical to ask questions about where that's coming from and who's organizing it. Okay, here's the tricky thing here. 20 minutes left of this video. I do have to go to my kid's school and pick him up. Now, I don't have to end the stream. I can leave this video playing. I can put on some like ads and music and weird stuff to put on. I kind of want to see the video, so I don't totally want to miss it, but I can do that too. I can send vids. Reading for Liberation, I would suggest to join the Discord server and share stuff in there. That's the best way, because I can't just put on a video randomly without kind of knowing what it is and just leave. Because you never know what can happen with the terms of service type stuff. You're in the Discord. Okay, very good. You know what? That's what I think I'll do. I think I'll just put on some ads and music. People can just vibe out for 10 minutes. And I'll be back. That fucking CIA ad is so crazy. I cannot believe that fucking thing. Okay.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Who's this? Who's this now? Vlad the Victor. Thank you very much for the 7 months of Prime. I'm gonna go for a few minutes, okay? I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Okay, you can vibe out to this stuff. This is probably really loud. I'll turn this down a little bit. I'm the captain now. Everyone in the chat reports to me. Oh my gosh. That's not true. I see CIA in the headline, so I'll let you know the CIA only did bad things 20 years ago, never recently. Okay, that's what we determined as well. You're allowed to stay, Ben. Cock Sailor just got back from a meeting. Well, I have to leave. I have to leave and go to the school to pick my kid up from school. But I'm going to come back and continue the stream after. So don't go anywhere. No one's allowed to leave. If I'm going to check who's here now, and I can compare my list when I come back with who's here and who's not here. And we're going to be having the discussion with those people that are not on the list anymore. And they're going to be on a different list. And no one wants that. Okay? I'll talk to you soon.
is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Yo, yo, yo. Did I miss any important discourse? What's going on in the chat? Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Thank you, my homie Tutaro, for the raid. We had a super long stream today. Some people want to keep going, so I'm sending them your way. Thank you, my homie Tutaro. Thank you. We had all kinds of accusations flying around in the chat as well. All kinds of accusations. Was there an actual coup going on? Oh my goodness. Who is the best music catalog in your opinion, Zeppelin or Floyd? Zeppelin. No hesitation. Zero hesitation. I'm a Zeppelin guy through and through. Zeppelin guy through and through, folks. Okay? I like some Pink Floyd stuff. It's not that I dislike them. I like a lot of their music. I enjoy a lot of their music. The album Wish You Were Here, tremendous. Tremendous album, one of my favorites. Still a Zeppelin guy. Didn't even write their songs, that's not true. Incorrect. Each taken as a whole, Floyd's entire catalog is superior to Zeppelin's entire catalog. Hard disagree. Big time Zeppelin guy over here, okay? I stand with those in chat who have listened to nary a note of either band. You know, G-Club, you didn't trust me about certain other music recommendations that ended up paying out. We don't need to get into the details of that. We don't need to get into the details of that. These are two bands you should be listening to, frankly. Okay. The old lady's doing the soy face. Okay, let's continue this video about the Ukraine and the CIA. Thanks for waiting for me, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you. Now we can continue the video. Maybe it should be called CIA and the Ukraine instead. So here we go. Just rewind a couple of moments to get to where we were at.
But also had its own police force, a Gestapo, which liaised and created and conducted intelligence operations.
Take care, Frodo Bucket.
The infrastructure of the resistance in France and in Italy and all those kind of places. And that becomes basically the model for the CIA, which when it was originally created, Congress people were saying, but this is just like the Gestapo. You can't have a CIA. It's no different. It's waging secret political and psychological warfare around the world. It's conducting covert operations.
That's one amazing thing, too, the idea that these were all like bipartisan or whatever. I think up until even like the 70s, not that the Democrats have ever really been great, but like the Democratic Party, but even up until like the 70s, there were still like elected official Democrats who were like against the CIA, who called for like defunding and abolishing the CIA. Like that was like a normal position to hold. If you were like a liberal, if you were a liberal Democrat in the like the 60s or 70s, that was a position that was like you could hold. And now not only do the Democrats not support that, there's not one Democrat that would ever dream of saying one word about the CIA. Now you have actual CIA agents running and winning and running in the Democratic Party, running as political candidates in the Democratic Party. That's how far things have come with that. Funny how that works, isn't it? The Overton window shifted ever so slightly on that one.
And didn't know anything about until 1974. And this was...
I mean, the CIA did kill a Dem president. That's true.
That we're seeing play out.
That is very true.
It's not a new type of warfare, but it's evolved to its climatic point in the Ukraine, where the fascists are fighting the Russians in this sort of Armageddon war that's going to determine the course of human history, really. If the United States wins, then the Russians have no choice but to resort to nuclear weapons. So what is the point of all this? Why is Zelensky sacrificing so many Ukrainians when he could have just followed the Minsk agreements? What is really going on?
And even now, Zelensky is saying, like, no, we're not giving up these disputed regions, right? Hasn't that been the latest part of the peace talks? And what that is code word for is, no, the war is continuing indefinitely, if that's what they're going to say. No, we're never going to give up these regions in the East. Well, that means perpetual war for the next God knows how many fucking years. If that's the stance they're taking. Who was the one that he was campaigned on peace, if you recall? And is the CIA whispering in his ear? Is NATO whispering in his ear? Is these far-right militias whispering in his ear? Who are all obviously working from the same side? Narrator, you will be giving up the regions. The fact that former CIA agents can just run for office and be elected or appear on CNN as an analyst is insane. It is insane. That's how fucked up things are. Anyway, I wonder if anyone's playing a role in ensuring that process just continues indefinitely.
And who is really running this war? And if you look at it from, that point of view, it's obvious it's the CIA. And it's using fascists in Ukraine, even though it says the media makes not only is the war unprovoked, but when the Russians say they're fighting neo-Nazis, it's absolutely untrue. And if there are neo-Nazis, which Zelensky admits every once in a while, hey, what can you do about it? It's who they are. It's just the way they are. And they're fighting the Russians, so it's okay. So it's just, again, it's this huge illusion of misinformation that if you look at it historically and organizationally in this sort of very brief and incoherent way that I'm trying to present to you, you can see where the arc started, how it progressed, and where it's going and where it is. And in that sense, you can see the reality of the whole thing, which directly contradicts the information warfare illusion that Biden and the United States establishment and NATO would have you believe.
I think that's exactly what the point of what we're seeing there is. When the CIA took those organizations over, it was always these highly ideologically motivated units, whether it was the SS or whether in Italy it was those black shirt legions, or in Hungary and Romania, they had these highly motivated units that were kind of the spearhead of the killing and the politics. Talking about the Azov battalion, a lot of people in the media,
that's not the same thing, though, of course,
would like to say that, well, this is a small group of people, they may be ideologically motivated and not good guys, but ultimately it's small. But when we look at what you've written about the Phoenix program, we see that these small ideologically motivated units become the most important part of the warfare in this kind of modern paramilitary warfare that we see. In your book, The Phoenix Program, you talk about Frank Scotton and the revolutionary development of these highly motivated paramilitary units. I wonder if you could compare or just talk about that. And as you do, we can think about the importance of special units in the Ukrainian military that the CIA has supported since the end of World War II.
Sure. Let me just start with one little factoid. 4.5 million Ukrainians have left the country. 4.5 million people. I don't know how many people live in here. They said, we don't want any part of it. I'm out of here. And that's representative of what happens in any kind of civil war, which they're kind of framing it as in Ukraine, or a territorial war. The basic ways is that only small percentages of the population actually engage and fight in the war. It's not like you have 50% of, all of the Ukrainians with guns rushing over to Donbass and joining the artillery barrage against Donbass. It's most people don't want anything to do with the war. And Zelensky himself had run on, Servant of the People Party, that he was going to follow the Minsk agreements, which was an agreement between Russia and Ukraine that Donbass, the republics, 2 or 3 republics there in Crimea, would not come under Ukraine administration. That was part of Zelensky's political platform. Well, that's what most Ukrainians wanted. That's why they elected him. And then all of a sudden he started following.
That's the interesting counterpoint when people talk about Zelensky. And you say, look at the difference between East Ukraine and the rest of the country, the language and different like the way that it culturally it becomes more and more Russian as further east as you go. And you talk about how it's a divided country, or you talk about the different language separations or the official language status or all these maps that like our friend John Mearsheimer likes to look at. And people will say, well, if it's so divided, look at Zelensky's election results. And it was won in a landslide in the East and all over the place. Yeah, for that exact reason that he campaigned on not escalating this conflict. That was his campaign. That's why he was so popular. That's exactly why. In the East and the West. Because most people don't want this war conflict to continue. But the people that do want it to continue, Azov and these far-right militias, NATO, they want it to continue, and they're the ones that fucking matter, not the people that actually voted for him. But people will often point to that as an example of that the country's not. The idea that it's divided in any way or culturally is some kind of Russian disinformatia. You just look at people who voted for Zelensky. Yeah, they voted for him because they wanted this conflict to stop. And it only continued to escalate, regardless of what he campaigned on. Funny how that works.
Policy, not Ukraine policy, he outlawed, imposing all these really dictatorial and contradictory edicts in Ukraine that eventually pushed Russia to the point of saying something here has changed. And it appeared that Zelensky was following U.S. policy, not Ukraine policy, certainly not his own stated policies, although you won't hear about that in the American media. But in order to fight that kind of a war that's unpopular with most Ukrainians, you're only going to find a small percentage anyway. And
I've noticed that the further south you go in the USA, the more people speak Spanish, and if the former Mexican territories that the USA stole from Mexico should one day declare their independence, I believe we should support that. And I agree, comrades, social distancing. Fair is fair. I want to have consistent morals when it comes to all these kinds of things, consistent stances. So I agree. We should support the independence of these breakaway republics in the southern United States. Absolutely.
And they're only going to be the most highly ideologically motivated people. And that's, again, we're talking about people who absolutely hate ethnic Russians. And that's the fascists, who have been fighting the Russians for 100 years. And so it's only natural that would be that Azov battalion, which is a CIA creation, by the way. And the CIA is very used to working with Nazis, as we know. I've been doing it for 75 years. It's a natural fit. That would be the very small percentage of the population that would be fighting this war. It's that easily explained. But in South Vietnam, it was to some extent the same situation. And what they needed to do in South Vietnam was to find a way to persuade people who are not ideological zealots to join in the war and fight against the National Liberation Front and the Liberation Army, which most people supported. And in order to do that, the CIA and the United States Information Service evolved a new methods of organization and psychological warfare. But in order to find this new way of involving civilians who don't really want to be in the war and fighting the war. How are you going to get them to join the ideological vanguard? And as this guy Frank Scotton said to me, and Frank Scotton, by the way, if I can just backtrack now, was a member of the United States Information Service who graduated from American University in like 1960. And his father had been killed in World War II, and he was like a real patriotic, kind of gung-ho kind of guy, a murderous man. There's no other way to put it. And ideologically, like could have been, by nature, he was just, perfect fit for this job that he got. And he joined the United States Information Service after graduating American University, and he went to what was called the East-West Center in Hawaii, which was a stop-off place for U.S. Information Service people going to Southeast Asia, to Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, and South Vietnam, where they were taught how to create agent nets. If you'll remember, the Office of War Information and the United States Information Service or intelligence agent. And he got that kind of training. And he also got paramilitary training. And when he arrived in South Vietnam in like 1961, I think it was, he was sent into the hinterlands and told to recruit mountain hill tribes on the border of Laos over to the South Vietnamese cause. And he had to develop a way to try to convince these people who didn't even know they were South Vietnamese. They thought, oh, I belong to the Rade tribe, and we've lived up here in the mountains for 500 years, and they worshipped, mythical beasts that wandered around the jungle. They didn't know they were South Vietnamese, and Scotton's job was to convince them to fight for the South Vietnamese government. And the first thing he had to do, and he talked about this in another book, not mine, was to prove himself to these tribes people by actually murdering 6 people who they thought were communists, waiting on the side of a trail with a machete and chopping them up, boom, boom, boom. And he did that, and he got there was inducted into their tribes and won their confidence, and spent the next 5 years in South Vietnam trying to figure out a method to get people, civilians, who didn't really want anything to do with the war and really didn't identify with the government, to come over and to support the government. And he developed, eventually he stopped working with the hill tribes and he started working with South Vietnamese.
This is just unbelievably evil.
A program called motivational indoctrination, which became the root for all the kind of indoctrination courses that the CIA and the U.S. Special Forces, Delta Force, and the Navy SEALs and the United States Information Service have incorporated into their what's the word for syllabus, of how to conduct political and psychological warfare. And it became the basis for how to do it. And he said to me, the whole idea was to find people that could go into these kind of special units, which at the time he was calling armed propaganda, to go into enemy areas and promote the government line, and who were willing to die. And they had to find some way to trick these people who really, in their heart of hearts, just wanted to be neutral into being willing to risk their lives for a cause they didn't believe in, which is pretty much the story. Americans will support any war. I mean, if you tell them, it's fighting socialism or Saddam Hussein or something, great. I'll send my boy off to die, because it's a good cause. And it's not as difficult indoctrinating and motivating Americans where there is no left and no opposition as it is in a lot of foreign countries. But in a country like Ukraine, and like you said, Scotland's program, the armed propaganda program, which is equipping small groups of people with guns and a little propaganda speech that they'll give to people who are on the other side or in the enemy camp or don't know which way to go. And if they don't want to join the cause, resorting to what was called selective terrorism, which is cutting off a few heads and sticking them on poles when you leave the village and telling them, if you don't join the cause, we're going to come back and kill the rest of you. And,
Christ
that happens
almighty.
all the time. And that became part of this whole idea of incorporating terrorism into political and psychological warfare. And that became a main element. And that's why in Ukraine right now, you see the Azov battalion, and you see the security service, the SUB, it's militias.
But they can't possibly be doing the same thing there in Ukraine, right?
Painting their faces blue.
Just because they did that exact thing in one place doesn't mean they're doing the exact same thing in this other place.
Warfare.
That's conspiracy theory.
People who are either in the middle or thought to be collaborating, as a way to saying to the rest of the population in Ukraine, if you're not with us, this is what's going to happen to you. And they actually film this on their cell phones, and they put it on Ukraine and American media. And they say, if you're not with us, this is what's going to happen to you. Well, all that goes back through Frank Scott and then motivational indoctrination and the incorporation of terror as an essential ingredient in political and psychological warfare, and the creation of these SS kind of units that
capitalism being evil is a conspiracy to live.
Highly organized and highly ideological and disciplined. And that is
it's a mixed bag.
That aspect of the Vietnam War.
Yeah, there's been Romani people being attacked.
Into the Phoenix program.
There's been countless examples of footage, horrible footage coming out. People being beaten and assaulted.
And which it has created in Ukraine, the security service there. This is how political and psychological warfare is waged nowadays. And you can see it playing out in the Ukraine. You just won't hear it explained in this organizational and historical way. Nobody who shows you any of these pictures that are often banned on Twitter and Facebook and stuff like that, but are, all broadcast over Ukraine. You don't understand the origin and the meaning and the purpose of them. But it all goes back to, this type of warfare that was developed in South Vietnam, incorporated, used in Central America, and has been used and perfected everywhere, and is now played out in Ukraine.
Let me ask one thing. I mean, isn't this sort of indoctrination being done to all of us now with the internet? And what's the effect of having a whole society this ideologically motivated, do you think?
Well, that is the end result of decades of military propaganda in the United States. And it goes back to, the Iliad, where the rulers of society who own the property and the means of production and, hire people like Homer to tell their story. And in their story, they only focus on the heroic soldier who goes off and fights in a foreign war and becomes a hero. It's the myth of the hero. And the hero myth is that you can only become a true hero if you go fight and die for your country overseas in the service of, supposedly, your country. But it's actually in the service of General Electric and Morgan Stanley and pharmaceutical companies and the big corporations that own the country. It has nothing to do with 90% of the population that really do not want to get involved in any wars, and really don't want to see their sons and daughters go off and die. But there's enough people that buy this myth of the hero. And this is all you see in movies. And it's why Ken Burns gets away with calling the Vietnam War a noble cause, because otherwise he would say, all the guys that went there and fought and died did so for nothing. And you can't have that in America. You can't be an imperial power if there isn't a steady, conveyor belt of cannon fodder. And that's the purpose of military propaganda, which is based on this idea of the myth of the hero, which is ingrained in Western literature and You know, I mean, after
It wasn't for nothing. The
Vietnam
line
War,
went
there was
up.
one or two anti-Vietnam
See those Bell
War
helicopter
films,
stock
and then
prices are through the
Rambo
roof.
came along, you know, and Deer Hunter came along, which could as well have been called Gook Hunter, you know, I mean, where the Vietnamese were just like characterized as evil, horrible people, you know, and the only victims were American soldiers. And that's the way the war has been portrayed ever since. And the only way you ever hear about it is
Crazy that the Vietnamese would do mean things to American soldiers. Pretty hard to believe.
You never hear about the landmines that are still scattered all over the place, or that people died from Agent Orange, or, you know, I mean, the sanctions that strangled.
There you go,
that
internet
country,
mistake.
you know, for up until 1991. You know, I mean, you never hear about the suffering of the enemy. You only hear about suffering of American soldiers because they're the heroes.
Being over there and killing all those villagers made them feel really sad.
Propaganda, and it's become more and more.
They felt really sad after.
More and more fascist and ingrained, and that's why. I mean, there's a lot of people that really believe this myth, and the whole purpose of their life is to join the military and go fight in a forward war, and if they can't do that, to become a mercenary and do it. You know, I mean, our whole
Malcolm
society
Nance
is violence and the glorification of violence in the, you know, in the defense of the country. You know, and pacifists, just like in Ukraine, are vilified. You can't be a pacifist in Ukraine nowadays. I think Zelensky has basically outlawed pacifism. You know, so this is a situation that has been evolving for decades, and it's now playing out on the Ukraine-Russian border. And a lot of it has to do with the mythology of the hero, war hero, and the fascist military-industrial state that communism was organized to overcome, but obviously got off track somewhere along the way a long time ago. But you know, it's really hard to fight it, and the fascists have just gotten. You know, it's the world's getting smaller, and only the strong survive. And the fascists have always made a virtue, just like the Nazis, of strength. You know, strength and commitment to ideology, and commitment to the ideology of strength and violence, and no mercy for your enemy. And you know, that's what we see playing out now, and that's why Americans get behind it. I mean, they've been trained to believe that that's the way it is, and that's the way it has to be.
That's good stuff. I've often wondered if the Russian roulette scene is a projection of what U.S. troops did to Vietnamese soldiers. I mean, I imagine a lot of that shit is always projection, right? At the same time, I don't doubt that bad things happen to American POWs in Vietnam. You know, I don't doubt it. You know, and in the same way, a lot of like liberals right now are looking at evidence of war crimes coming from the Ukraine side in this conflict and saying like, well, they're invading. They kind of had it coming. You know, I think that's a horrible thing to support. But I think when you talk about Vietnam, especially, hard to feel all that much sympathy when someone's flying halfway around the world to go and invade and bomb and drop napalm on villages and shoot farmers from helicopters and stuff. Killed tens of millions of people. It's kind of not surprising that some bad stuff happened to them. I mean, that video is great. Thanks for recommending that. I enjoy hearing this guy Douglas Valentine talk about this stuff. I guess this is my basic takeaway, though, right? Is just that when it comes to these big geopolitical events, I think it's like, I don't understand why for a lot of people that still count themselves as being on the left, for some reason, Western imperialism and the CIA and these really rotten institutions still get the benefit of the doubt. And we still denounce when we ask questions about possible, you know, civilian massacres or these horrible things. When we ask questions about this, get treated as being conspiracy theorists. I'm getting yelled at from the top of the stairs. I'm getting yelled at from the top of the stairs here. Here's the thing, folks. Here's the thing. Okay? Almost 4 hours into this stream. About halfway to the sub goal. About halfway there. So I do need to spend some time. What do you think about this image? Couldn't have spelled that worse.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
That's what I think.
Sinchal, thank you for the 17 months resub at tier 3. Thank you, Sinchal. And thank you, Gen X Pushy, as well, for gifting a sub. Thank you very much, Gen X Bushy. Subscribe to get the good kind of brainworms. And again, this is nothing about this community is a cult. Stop saying it's a cult. It isn't. It isn't a cult. Don't say that it's a cult. Free brainworms with every slub. Thank you. Rob, it's Eric from Big Shiny Takes. Since I gifted a sub, my life has improved dramatically. My posture has improved, my beard has grown, my teeth are also stronger, I think. Maybe I'm a werewolf. You might want to get that looked at. You may want to get that looked at as well. But thank you, Eric. I just love this song so much. You know, I was listening to in the shower today, earlier, was The Lowdown.
You've just become an elite member
by
of the
Boz
Friendship
Skaggs.
Triangle.
Goodness, Calm Like a Tom, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Hell yeah. Thank you, Calm Like a Tom.
You've just become an elite member of the
Oh my
Friendship
gosh.
Triangle.
Tyler Madsen as well. Tyler Madsen, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well.
You've just become an elite member
Oh my
of the
goodness
Friendship
gracious.
Triangle.
Squatch Drew. Squatch Drew, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Squatch Drew, thank you so much. Very kind of all of you. The only dang approved channel on Twitch. Exactly.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob. to
Banana
talk
Grabber,
through
thank
all
you so
this.
much. There we go. Thank you for the gifted sub. Folks, thank you so much. Jesus. X ones who love to rip. Thank you, folks. Thank you for supporting the channel. It means a lot. Love doing activism, that's right. This is doing politics when you subscribe to this channel. I wonder, we don't even need to continue this segment because we met the sub goal. I just wonder. Here's a MIDI covers. Is this one going to be good? Let's see about this. I was listening to this one in the shower today. I really like the Lido Shuffle, but don't know much else. Where should one start? I really only know this one song. Low Down. I really enjoy that one. The snare is it's hitting a bit too hard, it's true. I'm in a meeting with this in headphones. I hope they don't talk to me. Is this MIDI cover of Boz Scaggs' The Lowdown too much? Really, they would be in the wrong for not being into that. That would be their own problem. That sounds like a them problem. This one's just okay. This one was just okay. It didn't really capture the essence of the song to the same extent. It is an aggressive mix. If only Dune still had music by Toto. That Toto soundtrack to the original is great. It's crazy the extent of the cultural saturation that Toto had in the late 70s and 80s. I think we underestimate. I think sometimes we can think that Toto were just one-hit wonders because of Africa, which is an extremely corny song. It's a corny-ass song. But I think we underrate a little bit the extent to which Toto dominated the charts as a band and dominated the studio scene as well as session musicians. Like, they played on that song, they played on Low Down, Boz Scaggs. I know the Toto guys played on I Keep Forgetting by Michael McDonald. Underestimate Toto at your own peril. Thank you, Gen X Bushy. That's right. I'm just saying he hated Africa. No, I didn't say that. I don't really like the song Africa by Toto because it's really just, it's extremely corny. It's very kind of like that 80s rock star, delusional rock star kind of thing. We're doing philanthropy by doing this song. The whole world music trend. I'm not crazy about it. And it's just corny. It's just a corny song. Nevertheless, though, incredible musicians in Toto. Incredible musicians. Totally dominated the studio session recording scene in the late 70s and early 80s. I was against Blessing Rains. What a corny lyric. Unbelievably corny. Okay, so let's listen. I don't like just like asking for subs and then just immediately dipping as soon as we get the sub goal. That's not what I'm about. Perhaps I can just go back to this, and we can do 10-15 minutes in the chit chat zone. I need to get some reverb or something. Highway to the chit chat zone. I don't have any reverb filters, or if I do, I don't know how it works. It's an expander. What does this sound like? Hello. Am I expanded? Hello. Fuck it. I do need a soundboard. I absolutely do. The wide Rob walk. Rob is going to sing to us. No, not today. Not today. Sometimes I do sing. Sometimes I do sing. I don't think it's going to happen today. I was just listening to that cover, that What a Fool Believes cover, which is a song I enjoy singing, but it's a dangerous song to sing. You try to sing along with Michael McDonald. This guy's one of the best to ever do it. You're going to try and go note for note with fucking Michael McDonald? You crazy? And have your head examined, trying to sing along to that song. It's fun in the car, though, when I'm by myself, I'll tell you that much. Sometimes I sing, but not today. Okay. You'll have to sing with your entire soul to try to match Michael. It's never going to happen. Even then, even with your entire soul behind your singing, you may be able to match one tiny iota of Michael McDonald's talent. Maybe. Probably not. Most likely not. It's a recipe for disaster. Has anyone had the Cosmic Crisp apple? That sounds nice, but well, of course Aretha did it. I mean, Aretha's one of the best singers ever. I could easily match Michael. What? My goodness. Some bold talk going on in the chat here. Goodness gracious. So what else is going on? What do you want to chit-chat about? Come on. What are we going to chit-chat about for a few minutes? I already talked about sports. Okay, I talked about the acute sports pain I was feeling. I don't even want to get into that anymore. I don't want to talk about that subject anymore. Wasn't Jeff Skunk Baxter a CIA dude? What? Is that true? I was listening to that guitar solo from Do It Again the other day. That guitar solo goes extremely hard. No Man's Sky. I did download No Man's Sky. What games have you been playing? Well, as everyone in the community knows, and everyone loves this, that I'm Nat Cocksailor. Now I'm addicted to Fortnite. I'm addicted to playing the children's video game Fortnite. And everyone loves in the community when I do it live and in person on this stream. Everyone really likes this. Like I was saying with my son, I've been playing Portal. I knew I just wanted him to admit it. Everyone in the community loves this. I did play through Portal again with my son. That was a lot of fun. He got a big kick out of that. I really love that game. Like, I think that game's just so perfect. I'm really excited for Portal to come out on Switch this year. Have you ever played it, G Cleppy? I really love just the writing in Portal. I mean, the game is fun. I mean, it's almost just like a tech demo that they added some stuff to. You know, it's pretty easy. It's not very long. I think it took me like an hour and a half to beat. I love the writing though of the. I think Gladys in Portal is like one of my favorite antagonists in like all popular fiction. I love Gladys, the character of Gladys, so much. It's just so funny. It's this amazing, consistent like tone, walking the line between kind of being extremely dark and lighthearted at the same time. Is it GLaDOS? I just say Gladys because it's like a lady's name. GLaDOS. GLaDOS is the protagonist or the antagonist, but she murdered all the scientists with the deadly neurotoxin. My followers keep telling me I sound like her. I know you'd never flood any rooms with deadly neurotoxin, though. I love Portal, but I've never played 2. 2 is very good. 2 is very good. It's like they made more of an effort to like do an actual game. They were like, oh, now that this is really popular, there's like more of a story to it. I really like, which I still really enjoyed. I think I just really enjoy the original just for like the contextual storytelling. Like that's really fun. The story you can kind of, it's never totally revealed and you only kind of guess at it from these context clues. That I think is really cool. I think I really love that element of writing of the original. Okay, and killing defense contractors with neurotoxin is based. Well, I guess that's true. Effective dig in this video game. In this video game we were talking about. You should play the Metal Gear games so you can be yet another insufferable leftist who raves about it. I love the Metal Gear games. I haven't played them for a long time. And in fact, I didn't get into 4. Like when I got PS4, I got Metal Gear 4, and I've got the new ones as well. I think I have the new ones and I just never played them. I love the original, the PlayStation version, and the Metal Gear 2 and 3, Snake Eater. Snake Eater is probably my favorite one. Metal Gear 4, I found it was just too like action-y. It was too much of like an action game for me. I really love Snake Eater. I actually would like to replay that, frankly. And I do. I actually have a capture card sent to me very generously from someone in this community. So I could, in theory, do a Snake Eater playthrough. That would be kind of fun. Even though someone like mentioned this as a thing to talk about how insufferable it is. Really loved that game. That was very good. I did just get No Man's Sky. I downloaded No Man's Sky, but I haven't turned it on yet. That could be fun to do. I think I should do a No Man's Sky like stream series, and then we can get other people in the community getting involved in it as well, which could be pretty cool. That sounds like something we should do, right? Get a pirate crew going. Yeah. It's interesting too because I remember I just beat the new Kirby, which was really fun. So I'm also a hashtag gamer. Absolutely. Of course you are, G Clevy. You're one of the biggest gamers in the whole damn community. It's funny how when No Man's Sky came out, it got so much criticism because I think people had like invented a game in their mind, and I remember the developer was somewhat guilty of this too, of kind of hyping up certain things you'd be able to do in this game that when they actually had to release it weren't really possible. But they've updated it so much. They've updated it like so much over the last 2-3 years, and it actually is now kind of the game that they initially promised. It had a lot of problems, but they did actually fix it. Yeah. The cyberpunk method, that's it. That's actually another game that I kind of wouldn't mind playing. They oversold that the original game was an existential nightmare about the emptiness of the universe. Yeah, I even remember getting it when it came out too, and still kind of enjoyed it. That's actually, yeah, I'm thinking I am going to do that. I think I am going to do that. We can do No Man's Sky series. That'd be kind of fun. I'm going to have to probably get a Nintendo Switch eventually. For my kid, of course. Not for me. I, of course, use the more sophisticated adult video game systems. I would like something that I could just lie on the sofa and play with. Sounded a little weird. I'm going to move on. Move on from what I just said there. Let's not focus on that. I would like to have some kind of video game system that I could just relax on the sofa and use the video game system. You don't need to clip it. No, it's okay. Don't worry about that. I got my own Switch and told my kids to get their own. That's the way you should be doing things. If you get a Switch, they give you N64, SNES, and NES emulators for the $60 online yearly sub. It has some great games. That actually sounds pretty good. That sounds very good. I really see, like I was saying before, I really like gesturing with this now. My new thing. I gesture. My kids have their own Switches, but they mostly play vertical scrolling games on tablets and stuff. I'm sure my kid would really like to start playing more video games. He has, like, it would actually probably help because he's got some issues with motor skills and also like using his left and right hand at the same time. We're actually seeing a physical therapist about some of this stuff. He really likes watching me play, though. He loves just like coming down here with me and just hanging out down here and like getting me to play Fortnite and commanding me to do stuff. And then laughing hysterically when I die or when something bad happens. He thinks that's really funny. Games are great for hand-eye coordination. Yeah. You should, maybe that would be helpful. That kind of thing. Their generation prefers watching others play. Very popular. Can you believe these weird kids going onto websites to watch other people play games and talk about stuff and watch YouTube videos? Can you imagine? This fucked up generation. Can you imagine someone doing that? Unbelievable. Can't even begin to imagine it. I know, me neither. Yeah, Portal 2 has that whole co-op campaign. That would be fun. Pull your pants up. My kids have their own Switch I eventually got, and they always want me to play multiplayer until I start kicking their asses in Mario Kart. That's when it starts to get serious, doesn't it? That's when it starts to get really serious. It's no longer a game. Your blue shells mean nothing to me, children. Also taking different turns playing the Resident Evil games during sleepovers and being scared shitless. Man, I really enjoyed that first Resident Evil game. Back in the day. 1 and 2. For the original PlayStation. That was very exciting for me at the time. No, I haven't played the remake. I haven't played the remake, and I feel like I should. I'm more of a Silent Hill person. I love those Resident Evil games. I mean, I was really obsessed with zombie movies, and for a long time, like for most of the 90s, zombies weren't really big. You know, I was a big George A. Romero head. I loved that shit. Eventually, zombies became this big like pop culture phenomenon again. For a while there, it was slim pickings in terms of zombie content that you wanted to enjoy. And then I played Resident Evil, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is so cool. I've always had to watch people play Resident Evil. I have to run out of the room when it gets too intense. It's not that bad. I mean, I guess maybe it is for some people. I guess I'm kind of just like a big kind of manly man, testosterone guy, and it doesn't really affect me. But I can see how others might not feel the same way, you know. That's why they call me Sigma Man. That's right. My kid is so obsessed with Sigma Man. It's like all he wants to talk to me about now. I regret bringing it up and making it a joke on this show because he's like, this weekend we should make our super suits, and I'm like, okay. I feel like you're underrating the difficulty of like creating a super suit. I'm trying to tell him, like, I don't know how to sew, I don't have materials, I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I don't know how to do it. And he's like, shh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I feel like you're really underrating how easy it is to make a super suit. Tony Stark made that in a cave with a box of scraps. Haven't seen Kick-Ass? Well, that's what I mean. I think if I made a Kick-Ass style one that was made out of stuff you got online, that would not be enough. He wants like an actual like cybernetic mech suit that has like a helmet with working vision and like night vision goggles and infrared, and he wants that. And I'm telling you, that doesn't exist. Like you have to be, Tony Stark's like a multi-billionaire. He's a weapons contractor. I don't have this ability. I have an English degree. And I'm a failed musician, and now I'm a Twitch streamer. I have no idea. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do that. He doesn't get this. He doesn't understand this. I need a combat-capable helmet. This is what he's saying to me. Just add some computer chips on there, into the suit, put some rockets on it. No problemo. Jeez. Jeezum Crow. Thanks for sticking around today, folks. I am going to raid friend of the stream, Kira Chats. Give my regards to the Kira Chats community. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow noon. Don't know what we're going to do. Thank you, Cock Sailor. I was happy you stopped by today. Thank you. It was nice to see you in the chat. Not sure what's going on tomorrow, but we'll do something cool and fun. Rania Kalik hasn't confirmed yet, but I'll let you know in the Discord what's going on with that. Tentatively Monday for Rania Kalik, but I'll confirm in the Discord server or elsewhere when we find out like what is going on exactly with that. Shout out to the entire Cock Navy. Yes. Thanks, everyone. We're chucking him.